Welcome to the lock-in. It's the Christmas special. It's our first ever Christmas special because we weren't doing this last Christmas. So you're all very welcome to what's going to be an unbelievable night of crack, of chat, of music, of giveaways, of a rotating cast of characters that are going to come in and out of the virtual pub, our virtual lock-in tonight. It's going to be unbelievable. So I'm delighted that we have the chance to bring so many characters together this evening. This is the lock-in Christmas special. Pour yourself something decent. Make sure there's a decent drop in your glass. And we will be bringing in our first guests in a moment. But before we do that, we should play our opening. You're all very welcome to the Christmas special of the lock-in. Welcome to the lock-in Christmas special. This is going to be a night like we've never tried before. I've never had so many people waiting in the wings to come in and have a chat and raise a glass and have a toast with us this evening. But tonight is about celebrating the end of a year. It's about celebrating each other, our health, Irish whiskey, the wonderful Irish whiskey industry that we love. It's about having a good time together tonight because this is going to be it's been a tough year for so many people, and we want to head into the new year with renewed excitement and vigor and a few whiskies in our belly. And we've got great guests who are going to share stories with us. We're going to share songs with us. We're going to share maybe more than we even wanted them to share with us tonight. And sure, isn't that the beauty of a lock-in? You're inside the pub and you never know what's going to happen. Here's the format tonight. Guests are going to come and go just like a regular party. A few minutes at a time, maybe. They might stay a little bit longer. Who knows how many we'll squeeze on the screen at one time. We'll have a chat with everybody. Everybody will be asked to share a toast, a song, a story or something with us when they appear. And then you never know what will happen. The doorbell might ring, and if the doorbell rings, it might mean somebody else has come to join the party, and then we kick some of the other guests out, and then we bring in the new guests. So it's going to be an interesting night trying to juggle all the guests. But look, it's informal, it's a bit of crack, and sure, we might as well start out by going straight to our first couple of guests. So let me bring in our first guest. First guest is Mr. Omar Fitzel, coming to us from North County Cork. You're very welcome. Oh, he's on mute. Let me unmute him. There he is. He's unmuted. There you are.
Thanks for having me on, Barry.
Welcome to the lock-in. You have been a guest in the past. Surprisingly, we still invited you back, but you're going to supply us with some tunes and a bit of crack later on. You're very welcome anyway to join us.
Yeah, cheers, man. Cheers. Thanks. Yeah, you're getting the worldwide exclusive of me choking a guitar and crowing.
I believe there's lots of firsts that are going to happen tonight. We're breaking records. We're getting some world exclusives in different ways over the course of the evening. So everyone should stay tuned because you never know what will break out here. Let's bring in a couple of other guests. They're not expecting to come in so quickly. And here they are, Mr. Michael Cowman and Jenny McGuire. You're very welcome.
How you doing? How you doing? How are things?
Cheers.
How are we getting on? I'm having poured. Let me pour a drink.
In fairness, it's this is a regular slot for me. While Jenny, this is her first time. She's very nervous. Very, you know.
So Jenny, I've asked to have you on a few times. I've asked, would you be interested? And you've always eschewed the limelight, which is terrible and disappointing to our audience. But finally, we get to have you on here. You are the unfortunate other half of Mr. Michael Cowman. Is that correct?
Unfortunately, that's the truth. Yeah.
But Jenny also works in whiskey as well. So I mean, that more than justifies her place.
Well, I was going to say that is not your main quality is not that you're somebody else's other half, but you, in fact, you represent a whiskey brand, and there we go. We have everything here. Look at us.
Yeah, that's correct. So look at that. It's a match made in heaven. Yeah, I've been a brand ambassador. Omar laughing there. Yeah, I was a brand ambassador with Talnua for the past 4 years. I started my journey with them. I was in Paris for my first year, which was great because everybody asked me, I must have great French. Croissant, baguette is about the extent of my French. And then I was relocated to the Midwest. I was in Chicago, flying the Glendalough flag and the Whiskey Crusaders. And yeah, I was based in Chicago for 2 years with Glendalough. And now I'm back in sunny Dublin.
What are the challenges of being a whiskey couple?
Well, it's. I suppose the main one is what are we drinking tonight? You know what I mean? Is one of the main ones. And to be honest, it's not just Glendalough and it's not just Paddy. There's a wide array of my whiskey collection that Jenny likes to tuck into. So yeah, that's probably one of the main challenges, Barry, is deciding what to drink.
As a challenge, I would say that's a benefit. To be fair, Michael has a lot of friends in the whiskey community that are very generous, that let us try some really interesting, cool, and wonderful things. So
Friends is probably a bit of a stretch, Jen, to be honest.
Yeah,
he tells me that they're friends. That there's friends. Generally
Acquaintances.
acquaintances. There's no real like.
No, there's no major challenges. I suppose it's a small industry, so everybody knows everybody. That's the only thing.
That's it.
I have to be very careful. I dance around a lot of points here tonight, Barry. Don't put me on the.
I understand, and this is all being recorded and will live on in perpetuity on the internet. So I understand the delicacies of treading carefully. One of my asks tonight of all the guests that are going to participate is that they bring a toast, a story, a song, preferably a song, but I know it's tough to get that out of some people. Omar, I've had on here for a few times and has threatened us a few times that he would sing a song. And Omar, would I have it right in saying that in a world first, in an exclusive right here for the lock-in, Mr. Omar Fitzel from that'sdramgood.com will actually give us a tune?
Correct.
Tune is probably strong. Song is probably correct.
Well, there might be a tune in there. It might be a little bit off tune, but it's still a tune. Yeah, I sent you videos earlier, Barry, and the reason I did videos, and I'm being deadly genuine, they're one takes. There's a lot of errors and a lot of missed chords and stuff. For anyone who's a guitar player, you'll see all the problems. I left them all in. But I'm downstairs hiding away with 2 kids upstairs and a wife who is 4 weeks off giving birth to twins. So if I wake any of those 3 people, I'll be fucking shot. So yeah, I can't play the guitar live. We did discuss me going out into our minivan outside and playing in the drive, but then I'd probably wake up the cats and dogs and animals.
So Omar he picked up the guitar a few months ago and has been using the lockdown to train himself, to teach himself in the fine art of guitar playing, in the hopes that there'd be maybe a second or third career for him. And this is the first time that we've had a guest on who said they'll sing, but didn't bring either their voice or a guitar with them, but rather they said, "Sure, I have a cassette here, stick that on, that'll do you."
Remember that for the next time we're in Dingle, Mikey.
Yeah,
I'll be sticking on the CD and Big Max.
So this is essentially Omar's demo tape that he's putting out to the music companies, looking for looking to get signed up.
Bill
So
Nan is my manager.
Omar has sent us many videos, a whole.
I don't need to know what kind of videos Omar has sent you, Barry.
Some of them include singing. Some of them are in no way appropriate for tonight. But what we're going to do is, we've lots of Irish guests joining us tonight, and everybody in the Irish group wanted to come on just at midnight because apparently you can't stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning just to suit my ego and this show. But everyone wanted to come in at midnight. But Omar sent me 4 or 5 different songs, and we're going to play them over the course of the night. So whenever there's a gap, we're going to plug it with Omar's song, and that's the goal tonight.
I'd be
really laughing. Just see the little laughing, like.
I'd be really interested to see the figures in terms of how many people are watching as soon as Omar's music comes on, and just seeing the drop off, we're going to change. I think this is going to change the future of the lock-in. But in any case, we're willing to take a risk. It's the end of the year. So look, why don't we do this? Why don't we kick off with a song from Omar, almost live, semi-live, and then we're going to come back to Jen and Michael, and we're going to see they might have some exclusives and some information for us as well. So why don't we do that? We'll start with a song. I don't know which order these are in, but we'll press play and we'll see what happens.
Dubs are playing tomorrow. All-Ireland football final against Mayo. And while 31 counties are shouting for Mayo. Unfortunately, they're going to get absolutely hammered off the field by Dublin. Hockeyed. And that's just because they're up against the greatest team that probably ever set foot in Croke Park. And as a Kerryman, that crushes me to say that. So, for all my friends in Dublin, I'm going to play a Dublin song from the Dubliners, called The Ferryman. If you know it, sing along. It's a bit lively. Here we go. Oh, the little boats are gone from the breast of Liffey, and the ferryman is stranded on the quay. Sure, the Dublin knocks are dying, and the way of life is gone. And Molly, it was part of you and me. Where the strawberry beds sweep down to the Liffey, you kiss away the worry from my brow. Oh, I love you well today, I love you more tomorrow. If you ever love me, Molly, love me now. 'Twas the only job I knew, it was hard but never lonely. The Liffey ferry made a man of me. And it's gone without a whisper, and forgotten even now. And sure it's over, Molly, over, can't you see? Where the strawberry beds sweep down to the Liffey, you kiss away the worry from my brow. Well, I love you well today, I love you more tomorrow. If you ever love me, Molly, love me now. Well, now I'll tend the yards, and I'll spend me day in talking, and I'll hear them whisper Barry's on the dole. But Molly, we're still living, and darling, we're still young, and that river never owned me heart or soul. Where the strawberry beds sweep down to the Liffey, kiss away the worry from my brow. Oh, I love you well today, I love you more tomorrow. If you ever love me, Molly, love me now. If you ever love me, Molly, love me now.
I mean,
Meow.
amazing.
I'm absolutely raging. He's way better than I thought he'd be.
I love the slow clap.
He's going to be like bringing a bag of cats at a
Fair
wall.
play to you. No joke. And we have 74 more songs like that in the Dropbox that he sent me earlier. So it'll be good for the whole night ahead. When's your CD coming out, Omar? You got great feedback anyway. I think people tuned in just to hope, a bit like Formula One, that they might see a crash, you know, but they didn't. They saw a good tune instead.
Not yet anyway, but
There's time yet, right?
it was always one of my life goals, genuine life goals, to play the guitar. I got a guitar when I was really young, and I never played it. I couldn't get lessons in North Kerry. So when lockdown happened, I picked up the guitar my wife bought me about 9 years ago, and I started using Fender Play to learn, and here I am, struggling through it, and it ain't fucking easy, lads. But I'm getting there.
Well, I'd like to say you've reached the big time now, on a Facebook live stream on a Friday night. I mean, it doesn't get much bigger than this. Let's be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I'd like to see Phil score there. He's saying in Maze Ball, so I presume that's malt rating is probably what, 4 out of 10.
Yeah, a good four, maybe a 5 at a push, like, you know. Well done.
That'll sell albums.
That was brilliant, though. I was very impressed, and I showed that clip earlier to herself, Linda, and she said, "Jesus, like, that's very surprising that those sounds come out of that man," and it's true.
To be honest, I've heard a few sounds out of that man, and that's one of the ones.
Michael and Jen, you're both busy in the whiskey world. Have you a story for us? Have you a toast for us? Have you something to share with us? What would you like to share with our audience?
I have as many things as you would like, you know what I mean? So we have toasts, we have stories, we have whatever it is that you'd happen to like, you know? But we do have a little bit of news.
I would say start with the toast.
Start with a toast? Okay. So
Okay.
I suppose one of my favorite toasts. So I will say, Omar, Barry, Jen, to wives and sweethearts. May they never meet.
Terrible toast.
I'll toast to that. Sláinte.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Don't worry, I cleared that one with the boss first. Like,
Yeah,
you know, that was okay.
Of all the toasts you could have picked, like you're the first time you come on here with the other half, and that's your toast. I mean, this bodes very poorly for your future. Jen, I was told reliably that you have 5 or 6 different toasts. Donal Gallagher told me that you have many, many toasts, and that I should try and extract as many of them out of you as possible.
And to be fair, they are very much geared towards an American audience. So, I mean, she is your woman for them, like, you know.
Wow. Okay. This one actually isn't that geared towards an American audience, but I will do a toast, of course. This one actually comes from my dad, so it may not be very PC or PG. So my dad would have told me this when I was very young, and we would have all gone to pubs with our parents when we were in our childhood. But look me in the eye and go, here's to you and here's to me, the best of friends we shall ever be. But if we shall ever disagree, fuck you, here's to me.
I love it.
I was 10.
We've had a good run on Facebook and YouTube. It's been a good few months of lock-ins, but now we'll be shut down officially. No, you're grand. Cheers.
Sorry, I didn't get the warning of that. I thought that here we were okay.
Yeah,
This is a rough audience. It's okay. You got a rough and ready audience that are well ready for this.
I presumed as much.
That is an absolute fact, anyway. You know, and the later it goes, the rougher they tend to get. You know.
Oh, I know. Especially the Irish crowd who are tuning in this late at night after 5 hours of Friday night dram. Yeah,
once you get to like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning there, and the Irish lads are still on, you know, oh lads, we're in for a time here, like.
100%. So listen, before we do our rotation as we move through our wonderful guests this evening, and we've loads more songs from Omar through his CD that he has kindly shared with us, available now on Amazon and eBay and everywhere else. Is there anything else you would like to share with us this evening, Jen and Michael?
Yeah, no, we have a big announcement for 2021. So look, we're looking at doing a bit of a collaboration, I'll be honest with you, Barry. So Jen obviously works for Glendalough. I work for Paddy. So we're looking at doing a collaboration this year. So it's going to be a whiskey. It's going to be 50-50. It's going to be half Paddy, half Glendalough. And what we're going to call it, we're going to call it Padlock. That's going to be our whiskey we're releasing, because, you know, there's loads of whiskies out there that can get you locked, but there's only one whiskey that can get you padlocked.
Oh my God.
How do you go out with this man? How, like?
The letters from work, the letters from Paddy, the letters from Sazerac are already, the cease and desist letters are already in the post, and I've been sacked, and that's it. But Padlock, it's the way forward. It's just half Glendalough, half Paddy. That's go for it, like, all right?
Straight land.
Michael, you never fail to disappoint us with your promise of big announcements. You never fail to let us down like a lead balloon. But congratulations on this collaboration. I'm very excited to see it come to fruition. And maybe if you have any other more interesting announcements or collaborations in the future, you'll break them here on the lock-in for us as well.
That was a world exclusive for you, my friend, because I know how you like world exclusives. Look at you. You have the Paddy, you have the Glendalough beside one another. I'm only putting them together for you. Padlock with you.
Smash them together. We got our Padlock. Indeed. Well, after that announcement, I'm taking them off my pedestal here. They're removed. But no, we're big fans of Glendalough, big fans of the Mizunara cask. I love this. Maybe the most fragrant nose in the world of Irish whiskey on this Mizunara cask. So big fans. And sure, look, we're big Paddy fans as well. We've been Paddy fans for a long time. So listen, thank you, Michael and Jen and Omar, for swinging in for a little drop with us and for the toasts. Omar, we're going to play your music throughout the night. So while you're asleep and dreaming of whiskey and songs and guitars, we'll still be playing your music. Omar, is there a toast though? Did you share a toast? You didn't share a toast with us.
It's in a video actually, so you might as well leave it. I think it's one of the last videos I sent you.
I have that. I have it.
You only have the one, Omar, do you?
I've only got the one, Michael. Yeah.
Yeah, typical. The only one solution to any problem. That's good.
All right, I'm kicking you out of my party. I've got more guests that are coming in. They need the seats. Thanks a million for joining us. Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas. And we're off. We're off with the Padlock whiskey being announced. I was expecting a much bigger announcement there, but we were let down. But we're going to move on. We're going to keep going. We're going to bring in Hannah, who's coming back to us. Hannah and Elliot are going to come back to us, who are great musicians, before I bring in my other guests. But we're going to have one more song before we go to Morris and to Liam. We're going to bring them in after our next song. But let me bring Hannah and Elliot back to us after their. You had such a great appearance on the lock-in you were on last time that we just had to bring you back for Christmas.
You're very kind, Barry. You're very kind.
I say that to all the singers.
Yeah, we had some crack. Wow, that was immense crack.
It was a long one.
It was a long one, which was great. It was a few hours. Fantastic.
Yeah. Wait till you see tonight. That was a good one. We brought you back because you were tremendous fun. You were great crack. You hung in there, and you did far more than we asked of you. And it was great to have you. And you've promised us a few tunes tonight as well. Have you a Christmas song or something that you recommend for a Christmas special to kick us off tonight?
Oh, we actually could do. Yeah, we'll do a little cheeky Christmas song. Do you know the Pogues by any chance?
I just have heard of them. Yeah.
You've heard of them. Okay. Yeah. So I think we sang this possibly at the last one. This is, I think, one of my absolute favorite Christmas songs. And yeah, it's just, I honestly love it. And I love the banter, the constant banter between Kirsty and Shane. So I try to replicate that with my dear Elliot. So we'll give it a lash. And please, everyone, sing this at home. Love you to all join in. Cheers. Sancha.
It's Christmas Eve, babe, in the drunk tank. An old man said to me, "Won't see another one." Then he sang a song, the rare old Mountain Dew. I turned my face away and dreamed about you. Got on a lucky one, came in 1801. I've got a feeling this year's for me and you. So happy Christmas, I love you, baby. I can't see a better time when all our dreams come true.
They've got cars big as bars, they've got rivers of gold, but the wind goes right through you, it's no place for the old. When you first took my hand on a cold Christmas Eve, you promised me Broadway was waiting for me. You were handsome,
You were pretty, clean up New York City. When the band finished playing, they held up.
Sinatra was swinging, all the drunks they were singing. We kissed on a corner, then danced through the night. The boys in the NYPD choir are singing Galway Bay, and the bells are ringing out for Christmas Day. You're a bum, you're a punk.
You're an old slut on the job, and they're almost dead on the drip in the bed.
You scumbag, you maggot, you cheap lousy haggard. Merry Christmas, you arse. I pray God it's our last. The boys in the NYPD choir are singing Galway Bay, and the bells are ringing out for Christmas Day.
I could have been someone.
Well, so could anyone. You took my dreams from me when I first found you.
I kept them with me, babe. I put them with my own. Can't make it all alone. I built my dreams around you.
The boys in the NYPD choir are singing Galway Bay, and the bells are ringing out for Christmas Day. The boys in the NYPD choir are singing Galway Bay, and the bells are ringing out for Christmas Day.
Yes, amazing. I love it.
Thank
Starting
you.
off strong. Starting off heavy, starting off strong. I love it. So, all downhill from here. Yeah, it's always downhill from here after we press go live on our lock-in. It's always only downhill. But we hang in here anyway. Listen, Hannah and Elliot, amazing. People are loving it. Check the comments. Loads of claps and cheers and boola buses and awesomes and applause coming in. And on top of that, Caroline Brannigan has run out of Luxardo cherries. So that's an important thing for us to know right now.
No, Caroline.
So, Caroline, I hope you get your Luxardo cherries.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that song. Hannah and Elliot, we'll be back to you soon for another old tune. Hannah and Elliot there. Let me bring in my next guest. And you could tell maybe by the bottle of whiskey that I have in my very fancy plinth here who it might be. We're going to bring in, let me see, Mr. Maurice O'Connell. Sir Maurice O'Connell. Maurice, how are you, sir? Oh, you're on mute. You have to unmute yourself there. If you click on the microphone button down the bottom left, you should be able to unmute yourself. In the meantime,
sorry, I thought you were in charge of the muting. So,
welcome.
It's nice to be placed on a pedestal. It doesn't happen very often, I have to say, but it's.
I think you deserve to be on a pedestal. I'm pouring a drop of your.
Absolutely, and I followed your instructions on dressing festively, and I thought we might help your ratings if I get electrocuted live on Facebook. It might make the
I'm
headline.
very impressed.
And sell a few bottles as well. So.
But that's it. People tune in for a bit of action. So an electrocution never hurts sales. Let's be honest.
And the last the last time I went to a party where the dress code was festive and fabulous, I went wearing my lucky pink jacket, and I turned up, and it was a media party, and everyone was in your grey turtleneck jumper, and there was me standing out like a Belisha beacon. It was great fun.
Well, you're not the only one of our guests tonight, believe it or not, who is coming in with lights wrapped around them, because we might as well bring
John O'Donovan doing
it.
His were flashing.
Your friend there, Mr. John O'Donovan from Irish Malts as well, with his flashing lights. Look at this.
His flashing.
Hello!
Yeah, I'm sort of worried that these might go on flames any second, but there we are.
I know. Thanks for having me on, Barry.
John, you're very welcome. Maurice O'Connell, of course, the man behind Wayward Irish Spirits and the Liberator Irish Whiskey, which we have here. We've poured a drop of. And John O'Donovan, you have no whiskey of your own, God love you. Will you have some whiskies? You sell lots of whiskies. What have you got there? You got your own
Barry.
We can all play that game. We can all play that game. You two, you know each other very well, because John.
Absolutely. John's been great for us. John sold a lot of our whiskey for us, and thank you for that, John.
No problem. You've been great for us. You keep bringing the good whiskey.
Yeah. You keep selling it, and I keep making it.
See, look, I got the perfect setup here.
I was terrified that I was going to come on straight after Omar and Michael there, because my toasting skills are rubbish. I can't play guitar, I can't sing, and I can't collaborate, release awesome whiskies, huh? But if he's releasing the Padlock, I think we should bring it to irishmalts.com. I think it would be a sellout.
Well, you have it there, Michael and Jen. If you want John to sell Padlock, he'll take only an 80% commission on it. So it's very generous of him.
That's less than we pay him.
John, you might not be able to sing a song or tell a story. We will get some kind of toast out of you yet, but you were part of one of the most listened to podcast episodes of 2020, our interview with you, John, about your journey starting Irish Malts, which was very well received. And I believe people came out of the woodwork that you went to school with when you were younger who'd heard the episode and reached out looking for money from you.
Well, that's right, Barry. Thanks for that as well. You know what? I'm here in Glanmire, here in my parents' house. They're in the other room, probably still watching the Late Late Show on +1. So we just had for anybody outside of Ireland, we've just had those inter-county sanctions lifted. So even though I'm back in Ireland for maybe 3 or 4 months, I could probably count the number of times I've been here in my family home on one hand. So, I know it's going to be locked. We're going to be locked down again soon enough. So this is the first day I'm back in Glanmire, and it is great. It's literally, I feel like I've just come home, which is really, really weird.
There's no place like Cork, as Morris knows well. He's a big fan of Cork.
Well, John lives in Listowel, so what more can you say? He left Cork to come to Kerry.
He couldn't get back to Cork.
You're 2-1 here, and if we need to bring Omar in, you're 3-1 because he's one of the biggest Corkonians on here.
Yeah, but he's a Kerryman. He's from
He was a Kerryman.
He might be a Kerryman again soon.
Right.
Morris, you have had a great year, I would say, from a whiskey perspective. I mean, you can correct me if you've not had a great year, but from the outside, it looks like you've had a great year of launches, and your whiskey has been winging its way around the world. We've got some American fans who swear by your whiskey. Tell us, what was the highlight of 2020 for you, Morris?
Well, it's all been pretty much a huge learning curve and a huge blast all the way through. I mean, what's stuck with me was the whiskey community, really, and how everyone has been really helpful when we've had problems, and we have had problems along the way, and there've been issues that we haven't, technical issues that we've tried to resolve, and just a few phone calls put you in touch with somebody who knows something, and the problem gets solved. And that doesn't happen in many industries. So I think we're very lucky with that in Ireland.
Morris, what does 2021 hold for you? Obviously, the world is changing at a breakneck speed, and it's tough sometimes to keep up with the restrictions and what you can and can't do. But have you got plans for 2021 that you're going to push ahead with, irrespective of what the world throws at you?
Yeah, we're going east and west. We're hoping to launch in the States in June, and we're also looking to launch in Singapore as well, maybe earlier than that. So those are exciting. Quite big. But you sort of need to be able to be able to go to the markets to get yourself known. So that's going to be the decider on that. So in the meantime, John's going to have to sell all of our stock, and so until we can sell it elsewhere.
He'd be happy to do it. Normally, when we hear people in Kerry saying they're going east, they're just going to Cork, but you're going further afield.
No, we skip over Cork to go to Singapore.
That's quite a leap. John, 2020, lots of great new whiskey releases came out. Newer distilleries came online. You were part of a lot of releases. What did 2020 look like on the positive side of things? We're conscious of how hard it's been for so many, but I'm keen tonight to focus on what went well for us in 2020.
Yeah, I think if we take 2020 as a year in whiskey terms, everybody here knows. Look how many in the face of the year, in the face of adversity and very difficult business situations. Look at the amount of new Irish whiskey brands that actually just went ahead and launched. It was fantastic being part of it. We have met so many people, in irishmalts.com, myself, my brother, all of us who work in Irish Malts. We've just spent the whole year meeting new people, and genuinely, and it sounds cliche, but like genuinely, I've yet to meet a bad one. Everybody that we meet, every brand that launches is passionate. It's just been fantastic. It's been. I came out of one career, Barry, as where I had a certain set of friends, and I've come into a whole new space over the last couple of years, and I was only saying it recently to my wife. It's like wow, we have just really gained all these new friends so quickly, and it's all because of whiskey. It's kind of weird, but it's been fantastic.
There is so much to be said for the Irish whiskey community. Morris, you alluded to it. John, you've said the same. Honestly, like some of the best friendships I've made have been in the last couple of years through whiskey, and some of those friendships I haven't even met the people yet, but we've hung out more times virtually than I've had times with my family. So it is an incredible community altogether. And who would have thought that such a potent spirit could bring people together? But it does.
And I think the fact that we're all locked down has been quite good for the newer brands to get airspace and to be noticed. I think so anyway.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And you're part of that, Barry, and thank you very much for that. Finish that bottle and you'll get another one.
Listen, you heard it here. We're recording this, so that's official now, and I've got a witness.
Yeah, through irishmalts.com.
Yay!
Send me the discount code there, and I'll go into Irish Malts and I'll buy a replacement. Morris, you've both been on the podcast, and you've both been well, John, I think it's your first time on the Lock-In. Morris, you've been here before. Morris, many of our guests will know that you've got a rich family history tied to Irish history, some legendary figures in your historical past. Has that given rise to any particularly interesting toasts, I wonder, that you might share one with us?
Well, I came across recently, there was a reference to it in a magazine I was reading. It's saying that in the 1800s, the 1820s, the Times accused Daniel O'Connell of trying to kill English people by giving them hot toddies. So I'm not sure there's a toast around that. I'll have to work out that one. But the one that my father taught me, which I love, goes something like, "Here's to cheating, stealing, fighting, and drinking. If you cheat, may it be to cheat death. If you're going to steal, may it be to steal the heart of another. If you fight, may you fight to defend your brothers. And if you're going to drink, let it be with me." Sláinte.
Hey, Sláinte. Great one.
There are dirtier ones as well, but that's probably a bit early.
Sure, stick around in the background. We'll bring you back later for the dirtiest ones. John, you said you don't come with a song, with a story, with a toast. All you come with are lights around your neck. Have you any plans on the lights around your neck?
Well, what I wanted to do, Barry, is unfortunately I don't have a printer that works here, but I wanted to print out a Mayo for Sam banner and just put it right up there in the mirror. But at least I can give it a mention. But look, Cork knocked Kerry out, so I think that's good enough for us this year, isn't it?
You won't be allowed back, John. So just be careful.
It's a feeble attempt at a toast, but I acknowledge the importance of Cork there.
If I had to say something, Barry, I would toast to all the new independent Irish whiskey brands, just like Morris's The Liberator, Two Stacks. Jim Mac Whiskey is another one that we helped launch in the recent times, has been phenomenal, which is related to the GA. Two Stacks, Dahi O'Connell, JJ Corrie. This is what we're about. We're for all of the independents, all of the small guys, and we're trying to get their name out there as much as they're trying to get their own name out there. So if I had to make a toast, it's to those guys. So well done, Morris.
Sláinte. And I want to say to both of you, thank you both for being part of the Stories and Sips community over the past year through the podcast and the Lock-In. Thanks for sharing, your time, your talents, your insights, and your stories have just been fascinating. And I've personally enjoyed getting to know both of you. I've yet to meet either of you in person, but I'm hoping that we can change that in 2021. Irishmalts.com for those who are interested in Irish whiskies. Morris's whiskies are listed there too, and I encourage you to check it out. Support smaller businesses as much as you possibly can. And thank you both for joining us. We're rotating through at breakneck speed, but you're gentlemen for joining us.
Thank you, Barry.
Sláinte.
Mayo for Sam.
You had to get it in there, didn't you?
You had to get it in. Thanks to Morris and John for joining us on our little whistle stop tour of Ireland and Irish whiskies. All right, what is next? I've got many people waiting in the wings, dying to come in. Let me see. Let me check my very elaborate sheet here. We are going to go next to, drum roll, Donna, I see you waiting there in the wings. We're going to bring you in about 10 minutes if you don't mind. Okay, great. And Liam and Paul, you're coming in next. Unmute your microphones. You boys are next. All right, let me see. What am I pouring next? If Liam Brogan is coming on, then we're going to need Liam Brogan's whiskies up here. So,
Hi, Barry.
How are you getting on?
Not too bad at all, now.
You're very welcome. It's late
Thanks,
in Ireland.
Yeah, it's not too bad now. Well, don't mind staying up late to get involved in the lock-in.
I appreciate the very clever placement of the Christmas tree for. I mean, it's a little bit of a strange looking Christmas tree, but it does have some interesting lights on it.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I'm in the middle of moving house at the moment, so I just kept it nice and plain and simple this year. I haven't got the nice fir spruce tree up or anything this year, but yeah, it looks nice in the background.
It's good enough. It's good enough.
Yeah.
You have no whiskey hanging from the branches.
No, just keep it in the glass.
Liam, of course, is with Ireland Craft Beverages. We've been following Liam's journey and Two Stacks Whiskey's journey through the podcast as they launch their whiskey. We're going to share a little video in a second of the newest item to hit American shores very soon that we're all excited about. But let me bring in another man from up the north there of the country, Mr. Paul Kane from Belfast Whiskey Week. How are you, sir?
I'm great, Barry. How are you?
You look just so festive. Like, I'm very impressed.
Look, I got my jumper on. And
Looking sharp.
Yes.
You're looking very sharp.
Thank you very much.
Omar wants to know where's the translator for us when we talk to both of you, but I'm pretty sure our American audience is used to you by now.
Try and follow them.
I'll slow.
Liam, you have had a big year launching whiskies. How many whiskies did you put out in the market in 2020?
Well, I suppose we had our first cut, 43% complex blend, followed by the Blender's Cut Cask Strength, the two you have there. Then we done 4 specialty cask finishes on the Blender's Cut, which was a Tawny Port, a Scotch Burns, a Barbados Rum, and what was the other one? Oh yeah, the Apricot Brandy cask. And then we just launched last night on 3drams.com, which is Irish Malt's sister site, the Two Stacks Smoke and Mirrors, which is peated stout single malt. By peated stout, we mean it's a single malt from the Great Northern Distillery, but there's 3 different malts that make up the blend. 60% of it is ex-imperial oatmeal stout casks. That's the White Hag Black Boar Imperial Stout. And 30% of it is peated malt, and 10% of it is some double malt from First Fill Bourbon. So yeah, there is 7 whiskies this year, and I guess the other little release that's coming very soon into America is the Dram in a Can, which is 100 ml little cans of Irish whiskey. So
we have a little video of it here, a little loop. Let me put this up here. This is whiskey in a can.
Yep, we've been planning that pretty much since the first lockdown came in. It was in our minds. It was an idea, and when lockdown happened, we just decided to let's push on and see can we make it happen. And yeah, delighted to say it was canned this week, and it's going to be released in the US in January. So our importer is High Road Spirits, based in California, and some of the first markets to get it will be California, Florida, New York, and Texas, and hopefully then we can roll out into more states. So as always, we like to get a shout out from anybody in any states that would like to see the Dram in a Can, and we'll try and push our importer High Road Spirits to get it to them. So little 4 packs of 100 ml whiskies, the retailing at $15.99. So
that's amazing. So 400 milliliters of whiskey for $15.99. That's
yeah, but $4 a can.
make sure your distributor sends us on all the information of where it's going to be available, and if they have details of locations, we'll put that in the Facebook group so all of our American friends know where to get it. A lot of surprise about this can and interest, and it's not a cocktail, it's not a blended whiskey drink, it's a whiskey.
It's just, it's our first cut, which is our 43% blended Irish whiskey, the same that's in your bottle there, Barry. So, on the can, we have the same sort of information, which is our blend breakdown. We have 40% ex-virgin barrels grain, 40% ex-bourbon barrels grain, and we have 8% pot still, that was Oloroso cask, 10% double malt, which is first filled bourbon, and then just 2% peated malt in this one. So it's
that's amazing. The value that you're delivering in that can is unreal. Let's be honest. Like, nobody in Ireland can buy whiskey at that price, and you're delivering a very unique whiskey in a can in America for $4 a pour. Like, that's unreal.
Yeah, I guess it's taking a risk and putting it out there, but I guess the lower tax regime in America certainly helps keep that price point compared to Ireland. It's a lot of higher duty and VAT and stuff to contend with, but yeah, hopefully the American audience enjoys it. It's kind of to do with convenience, and giving another sort of way of consuming Irish whiskey. And
well, look, any way to get the whiskey into you, I'm a big fan of. So fair play on that. Will it be available in Ireland at all, or is it just heading to the United States?
Well, it's kind of something we're trying to work on. Initially, it'll be America. That will be for, well, hopefully within 6 or 12 months, we'll be able to get it distributed in Ireland and around Europe. I think there's plenty of interest in it, so that's our plan, get it in the US and then bring it back to Ireland as well.
Make sure your distributor anyway sends us that information. I'll keep an eye on it on the shelves, and once I know where it is, I'll go and buy myself a pack, and we'll sip on it and share our thoughts with the group. So cheers for that. Paul, you are a man that has been very busy in the world of whiskey, and now what are you doing with your camera?
I don't know what I'm doing.
You've been very busy. I can't hear you at all now. Would you come back closer to it?
Is that better? I'm going to just change my camera again. Sorry, there we go. Okay.
You're grand. Come in closer to it there. You're far away from the microphone. We're having trouble hearing you. But
super. Okay.
That's a bit better. There you go. Paul, I have boxes on my shelf behind me from Belfast Whiskey Week, an amazing undertaking that you started last year. Tell our audience about Belfast Whiskey Week.
Thank you, Barry. Yeah, Belfast Whiskey Week was just, it's just got big. I mean, we were back in 2019, we were physical in Belfast, in bars, in restaurants, and we had we had hundreds of people, mainly natives of Northern Ireland, but a couple of tourists. This year, we turned it online. We turned it online, and that meant a massive reach. So we went out to countries all over the world: Singapore, Australia, Canada, lots of people in America, all over Europe, Mexico, and yeah, it's just the sheer response of people outside of Ireland for a whiskey festival with lots of Irish whiskey has just been huge. And I was really taken aback from it. And yeah, we've kind of just continually progressed. So we have this festive period between Christmas and New Year. We have a mini Belfast Festive Whiskey Week, which is, again, we've managed to get out 120 different, 120 boxes out to the world. Again, out to random countries, which I didn't think were going to get involved. But again, Australia, Canada, America, Mexico, lots of countries in Europe. So we've got the Germans and French, Norwegians, lots of people who really are interested. But a massive amount of people from America, and it's been by pure chance that we've had a really good distribution network here with the Irish Whiskey Auctions. Anthony and Katie have managed to pull some rabbits out of the bag. So we've been very, very lucky, and very lucky to have even the likes of Liam, with these two stacks, but all of the Irish distilleries, there's so many of them. 70% of the Irish distilleries got involved with the festival, and that was really, really important. It's been massive for those distilleries to get involved, and I've really appreciated it. So yeah.
That was our launch platform as well by Tuesday, Belfast Whiskey Week. So it was amazing for us. It was a great platform, and I'm a member of Belfast Whiskey Club sort of personally, along with a couple of headers like Brendan Carty and plenty of other guys, Wayne Sloan and the boys. But it's Belfast Whiskey Club, brilliant, and the festival that Paul is running and the club, it's amazing.
That's brilliant. It's I've been watching like with interest and astonishment at just all the logistics of pulling. Like I do some private events, but not at the scale that Paul is doing them. I mean, the logistics of the thousands of miniature bottles, the hundreds and hundreds of packs, and they're just beautiful boxes. I'd encourage anybody to check out belfastwhiskeyweek.com. What's coming in 2021, Paul? Is there anything you can share with us about what your plans are?
Yeah, I mean, look, I just want to say a couple of wee things. Look, there's been some distilleries that got behind us from the very start. Back in 2019, Dingle and Dave from Dingle got behind us. Jarlath at Ecklinville. These guys singly came behind us and said, listen, we really want to support you. So next year, going forward, 2021 sees a couple of mini events. So we've got in late January, we'll have a Rabbie Burns mini event. We've then got Paddy's Week, where we've got a festive Paddy's Week, which will be part of the festival, and then we go into 2021, and it looks like this, Barry. We're looking at a lot of the festival to be actually physical in Belfast. Okay, we want that to happen, but we're 100% agreeing that at least 50% of our program will be broadcast. So we will broadcast again around the world and allow people to have packs sent to them. And it's also about bringing people. And one thing, I know that you have a great audience in America, and what you're doing in America is way beyond. You might say what I'm doing is great. What you're doing is phenomenal. You are bringing Irish whiskey to a massive nation, lots of different states, lots of different people, lots of different tastes, and
Absolutely.
You're doing that. So I think that's great. But what I want to see. I want to see some of those great Americans, the audience that you have coming to Belfast and actually taking part in a real live whiskey festival. That's what I want to see. I want to see them coming over. So we have,
I'll bring them over.
in the background, we have that, that's something we're looking at, which is package deals to come on over, flights, hotels, tours. That's something that we're working on, and we want people particularly from America, and we're looking at America, Australia, India, Japan, and we're looking at some countries in Europe to come and do that, actually take physically, part in the festival, through those kind of package deals. So that's what we're going to be working on early 2021.
Paul, we're all dying to come back to Ireland in a whiskey capacity. Like there's so many. Like I'm dying to get back there and just clear my schedule for a month and just not know where the days are going to take me, but know that every day will be whiskey related. That's what we're all clamoring for, craving.
Dream.
Barry, you know what? Honestly, you put a smile. I watch as many shows as I can, and when you are late at night and it's 12 o'clock for us over here, sometimes I don't get the whole show, but I do catch up on it. But I tell you what, I have been super impressed. I am loving the music, I'm loving the banter, I'm loving the individual guests that you have on. But actually, what's really got me is your enthusiasm for the industry. It really, honestly, it comes out. It comes out constantly from you. And listen, your audience, absolutely brilliant. Your audience have been so good, and all the questions they continually ask, all that information they're sharing, I love it. So
it's amazing.
Well done.
That's a great audience. It's a great audience. Honestly, a great group of people in America who love Irish whiskey. I only open the bottles, but everyone else that drinks them, they're the real stars. I'm excited for 2021. I hope we all get to. Like, I have never met. Have I? Oh no, I've met you, Paul. I've met you at Whiskey Week,
right.
Whiskey Live in Dublin. Liam, have we? We've not met, have we?
I was at Whiskey Live as well, and we'll maybe give each other the nod, but we never got a full combo because I think
gave you a nod.
I was at the clone stand and it was just bonkers.
Barry, you did better than just meet me. You gave me. Oh, I purchased it from you, but it was it was the castmates.
I don't sell alcohol. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't sell alcohol.
The wee tin of the castmates. If I remember
I gave you a can of beer. Yeah. The one from Washington, yeah.
I really appreciate that.
We'll do all that again in 2021. But before I rotate onto our next hungry, thirsty, eager guests who are going to sing a tune and come on, Liam, you shared a lovely toast earlier with me by messenger that you wanted to share. Would you give us a little toast, and then I'll go to Paul, and maybe he'll have a toast for us as well.
Yeah. Well, as I say, I'm having a wee dram of the 2 Stacks Spoken Mirrors, which is Imperial Stout cask malt. So, we like to pair that with an Irish stout. So I've got Ulster Black Oatmeal Stout from Brehon Brewhouse, and they're nice new cans that are quite lovely. So I'll pour my beer here filled up. That should be enough. And I'll give you the toast, which is called The Workman's Friend, or better known as A Pint of Plain Is Your Only Man. When things go wrong and will not come right, though you do the best you can, when life looks black as the hour of night, a pint of plain is your only man. When money's tight and hard to get, and your horse is also ran, when all you have is a heap of debt, pint of plain is your only man. When health is bad and your heart feels strange, and your face is pale and wan, when doctors say you need a change, pint of plain is your only man. When food is scarce and your larder bare, and no rashers grease your pan, when hunger grows and your meals are rare, a pint of plain is your only man. In time of trouble and lousy strife, you still have a darling plan. You still can turn to a brighter life. Pint of plain is your only man. Sláinte Barry.
Sláinte Liam.
Cheers.
That's a great one. That's a great one. Fair play on that.
It is, yeah.
I have to say that the 2 Stacks cask strength, the blender's cut that was released in 2020 was maybe my favorite cask strength whiskey of the year. And so congratulations on that. I have a decent pour of it here. Jeez, we might finish the bottle yet tonight. There's a long night ahead of us. So listen, thank you for being part of the Irish whiskey community and for all you're doing and your interesting releases. And I'm looking forward to chatting with you in 2021 and maybe having an old drop with you in person, hopefully.
Absolutely, Barry. Can't wait.
Brilliant stuff. Liam, thanks a million for joining us. Good man yourself. We'll talk to you soon. Fair play, Liam. Paul, how will you top that? A pint of plain is your only man.
Listen, I have no words. And you know what? It's really interesting. When you toast over, obviously I'm Scottish, Barry. You know what I mean? And when we toast over in Scotland, it's usually the only time you do it's Hogmanay or you do it Rabbit Burns night. And there's like massive long toasts. I'm more very simple. Listen, I poured myself a Redbreast pot, single pot still cask strength tonight, to have a wee drink with you. I've only just come off a very long Belfast Whiskey Club Christmas party with a couple of guests, including Dahi O'Connell there. Listen, I just want to say cheers, but I want to say cheers and I want to say sláinte to all of your audience and to you. Genuinely, I'm very grateful for you to have me on your show. I do mean that. And I really want you to come over. I want you to come over and have a couple of drinks. And I know that all the restrictions have been put in place, even when you were here. It was tough for you. I know you tried hard. You were visiting as much as you could. But, hopefully these start to lift. And hopefully we can start to, go around the world again. I certainly want to come over to the States again. I haven't been over for a while, and it would be great to get back over. So listen,
we have a bed for you over here to come over. So sláinte.
Thank you,
Paul. Thanks a million for everything you're doing for Irish whiskey. Your great Belfast Whiskey Week, and really excited that next year, as the world opens up, hopefully we'll get to cheers in person. So listen, sláinte. We'll see you again on the lock-in. Thanks a million, Paul.
Thank you very much. Bye. Thank you. Good night.
All right, we great guests, Liam and Paul there. Shane and James are going to come to you guys in a second, but before we do that, I want to bring in Donna and Hannah, because we're going to try and recreate a little bit one of the lock-ins that we had a few weeks ago. Donna has been waiting patiently in the wings. Hannah doesn't even know she's coming in yet, but I'm springing it on her. But Hannah's like, "Where's Donna?" Donna's here, all the way from Dublin.
Straight out of Dublin.
Donna! The girlos. I love it. So great.
Donna, you're in Dublin. You were on a few weeks ago. You were kind enough to introduce us to Hannah and Elliot, and we had a great old session there a few weeks ago. You have since left the shores of America, and you found yourself where? Tell us.
So I'm back in Dublin in Swords in my family home. All my family's in bed. I just had a few sneaky whiskey sours with one of my best mates, and I said, I have to go home now. I have to go do a live stream. And she was like, how are you doing a live stream? We've just been drinking. I said, no, I only had 3. Patiently waiting to get on here. Buzzing to be home. It's gorgeous as usual. The Christmas vibes are all around. There's nothing like being home for the holidays. It's the best.
I'm thrilled that you got to go home, and I'm sure I speak for Hannah, but I let her speak as well. They were jealous that you're there in Ireland now for Christmas.
I know, I don't mean to make you jealous. How is it over there, though? He's looking after it for me?
Yeah. No, it's grand. It's LA is grand, but also, you can't beat an Irish Christmas. You really can't. So, yeah.
You can't. And so the family are taking care of you so in Dublin and giving you the proper Irish Christmas they are.
So Barry, I'm telling you, I was 3 days here and I literally got sick of food. And I never thought that would happen to me. I'm up to here. I've had so many fries, so many full dinners, so much chocolate. Like, I'm just like, I can't even deal. Every time I sit on the couch, my mom puts a blanket over me. Like, I am being coddled over here, like nothing else. So yeah, it's the best ever. And you know what? It's been a long year, so it couldn't have came quick enough. So I'm absolutely loving it.
We'll never see Donna back in America again. She's been taken care of in such a manner that's it. She will burn her American passport and documents. She won't be coming back. We had a great lock-in there a few weeks ago. It was one for the ages, and people are still talking about it. And every week we get messages that say, last week was the best lock-in you ever had. You'll never top it. I'm here to say,
I was one heavy night. How did you feel the next day?
So fresh. I mean,
I'll speak to yourself.
No, just a little bit of a cloudy head on me, but it was worth every single ounce of whiskey.
The thing is, we made an Irish coffee straight after because we got a second wind. I think was the problem. It did the job, but my price, and I feel terrible the next day.
Yeah.
An Irish coffee cures all, as we know. One of the things that people commented on and remarked upon, and were celebrating on the last lock-in, apart from Hannah and Elliot's great music, was Donna's choice toasts, and her edgy toasts rocked a few people out of their seat in the best way possible. And there's an expectation now, Donna, that whenever you appear, that we'll hear something a little bit left of centre, like when it comes to a toast. Would you let us down, or would you impress us with a toast tonight?
Absolutely. But before I do, I have to tell you is that the first thing that happened when I got to Ireland was when I was able to go visit my Nana. She sat me down and she said, now I watched that show that you were on. And she goes, and I have to say, I'm absolutely disgusted. She said, the F's and the bleeps that were coming out of your mouth. And she said, I am so embarrassed. And she said, and God love everybody who was watching you. And I thought, I actually went red. I was like, Nana, I wasn't that bad. I was like, they like it when I curse in America. And she was like, no, it's absolutely disgusting. But of course, to answer your question, I did prepare a little toast. And I thought it would be nice if I had a little original tonight. So I penned this up just a few hours ago, so forgive me, it's not perfect, but I think it's a little bit of a tribute to 2020. So, get your glasses. So long to 2020, to working from home and spending weekends alone, to making sure we sanitize and always having to compromise, to looking like crap on Zoom and watching the economy go kaboom, to first responders always on call, you're forever going to be a hero to us all. And now I've learned what really matters to me: my health and Irish whiskey.
Cheers, Lancia.
That's good.
Woo. That's amazing.
Amazing. You never let us down. There's always a toast you pull out of your back pocket, and an original one tonight. We love it.
Special occasion and all.
That was brilliant, Donna.
That was brilliant. Donna, thanks a million for that wonderful toast. I'm putting all my guests on the spot tonight with either a story, a song, a toast. You've delivered with the toast. I wonder, Hannah, have you a song in your back pocket to roll out to follow that?
We do. I'd like to do a song Oskelga because I never really sing. Yeah, never really sing in Irish. So I don't know if anyone knows the song Ora Sé de Bahawalia.
Oh, love it.
It's
very familiar with it.
Love this tune. It's basically like The Drunken Sailor, the melody, but it's about a badass pirate called Grania Vale, who was just such a legend. So it's all about her. And yeah, sing along if you know it. We'll give it a lash again.
Go for it.
Cool. Ora sé de Bahawalia, ora sé de Bahawalia, ora sé de Bahawalia. And is er hopped on Talib, she de Bahavan Barland, ver big crack to the in the even, going a bra shell of Merlock. And is er hopped on Talib, ora sé de Bahawalia, ora sé de Bahawalia, ora sé de Bahawalia. And is your hot on sorry to Brony Vele Cox Marholia, Oregon and left more gorgeous, gaily famous the front the spotted. It's course she right the hair and or a shade of a Hawalia, or a shade of a Hawalia, or a shade of a Hawalia. And is your hot on sorry. So lads, we always have a sad verse in Irish music. Always. And you'll hear a couple of them tonight. It goes a little like this. Wheela reela ferka fecken, Monivio when he chotten, Grania Vela Gishmila Gashka. Ik foger van galen for a shit of a Hawalia, or a shit of a Hawalia, or a shit of a Hawalia. And is your hot on solid, or a shit of a Hawalia, or a shit of a Hawalia, or a shit of a Hawalia. And is your hot on solid.
Oh, yes.
What a legend.
I cannot tell you the joy it gives me to see Hannah just let go and just go for it. Like, it's just
attitude.
Like there's a roar. It's an attitude. It's a sass. It's just I own this room right now and I love it.
You don't mess with Irish women, and that's what you get in Hannah's eyes when she sings.
Oh. And you start clapping and cheering like and I know you're only scratching the surface of that voice. Like I know that even then there's 90% still there. Like it just seems so effortless.
That's very nice of you to say. Yeah, I love Irish music is just great crack to let loose on, you know. It's just so much fun, and it definitely lets out that inner wild woman, rogue woman that I am.
You are indeed, and the comments reflect it. Lots of cheers, chills, banging. Love it, Hannah. So good. Just love her.
Thank you, Dana Murphy.
People
I love
listening.
hearing a bit of Irish as well. There's nothing like it.
I know, there's nothing. That's amazing. Hannah, we're going to come back to you again. We're going to absolutely capitalize on the time we have with you tonight and have a few more songs. So thank you so much for that. And Elliot, thank you. We'll see you again shortly.
Thanks,
Donna, you introduced us to Hannah. She will become an almost permanent fixture if we have anything to do with it here. Great singer altogether. Great crack.
That makes me so happy. She's such an absolute legend, and she's such a talent. And when I first seen her playing in LA, I was like, who is this Irish girl? There's nothing like a beautiful Irish voice. No matter what song she sings, she kind of always has that Irish flair to it. So yeah, she's literally such a bright light. Like, I love her. And I'm buzzing that she's now a fixture on the lock-in.
Right. She'll be back for more, and they both will, which is fantastic. What are you excited about for 2021? It's a very different world, but are there things you're looking forward to?
Yeah, like it's been a weird year. Like 2020 has been a bizarre year, but it's had a lot of perks to it. Like I got to spend more time in California than I've spent there in the past probably 4 years, and just kind of get closer to people. And you kind of, things do, my toast is a bit funny, but things do start to reveal what's really important to you. So I think 2021 is just going to be about continuing that and continue to find like what's special and what's important, and do we really have to busy ourselves with so much stuff? I don't know if that's really necessary. Maybe a slow down is a positive thing for all of us. So yeah, but slow down in a good way. I'll still be running around, but maybe just not as much, and maybe with a bit more purpose. So I'm very excited for 2020.
Hopefully in all this running about and or slowing down, we will get to have a drink in person in 2021, because all of our collaborations and friendship has just been built virtually through Zoom and our platform here. But we'll change that in 2021.
Barry, what is going to happen if we come face to face and we just can't stand each other?
Well, I mean, I can't stand you now, but it hasn't stopped us.
No, we're definitely making it happen, and I can't wait till we make it happen, and maybe we can come on the screen actually side by side when it's safe to do so.
Don't be pushing your luck. No, you're pushing your luck now. I'm just looking for a quick trick. That's it.
When we get to do it in person. But I really appreciate this is my 3rd time on this year, and I absolutely truly appreciate it, because there's been nothing like it this year to kind of bring people together. And some of the relationships I've made virtually have been stronger relationships than I ever made in person, because we were always busy, so this has been really a delight for me, and I actually really appreciate it, Barry. So I can't wait to see you in 2021, and thanks for having me back.
Thank you so much for coming on. We'll have you back more and more, because you're great crack, and we'll do more things together, I hope. And as Scott says here, 2 kind souls, no way you can stand each other. I'm sure that's true. Would you leave us with a parting toast? Because you've got many toasts. Would you give us one more?
Of course I will. Absolutely. Okay, let me just check which one I want to do. All right. It's another kind of to 2020. Pain makes you stronger. Tears make you braver. Heartbreak makes you wiser. And Irish whiskey makes you not remember any of that crap. Cheers.
Cheers. Donna, enjoy your time at home. Enjoy your family.
Happy
enjoy
Christmas.
The fries. Happy Christmas to you.
Thanks,
and
everyone.
See you in 2021, all right? You're a legend.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. Tullamore Dew in the house with Donna Stewart, who will be back to us in 2021. We are moving swiftly along, and to all my guests who are waiting in the background there, I'm sorry for how long it's taking us to get through and put you in the time we thought we'd have for you. But I'm sure, as you know, a party like this, there's no keeping to a schedule. So the next people that we're going to go to is 2 people that I have got to know through the world of Irish whiskey, 2 Irish people, one living in America and one living in Ireland, and I'm going to bring them on now for an old chat. That is Shane Moore and James Kearns. Gentlemen, I can't believe I'm seeing you on the screen. This is like we're in the room together. Amazing.
Good evening. How are you?
It is.
Good night or good morning. Whatever it is.
James, what have you got? A shot of whiskey? There wasn't a shot of Jameson. What have you got there?
It's actually Powers.
Have you no bigger glass? No.
This glass is about 70 years old. It was my great grandfather's, and it was my grandfather's, and my grandfather only drank Powers, and he only would drink out of this glass.
Fair play.
So there's more Powers through this glass probably than most things in the world. So there you are.
I'm going to pour a drop of Powers to go with you there now, because
that's why I have it. It's chipped and it's in bits, but this is my inheritance. This is the only thing I want out of this house.
That's lovely. James, you're in Donegal at the moment, which is one of the most beautiful parts of Ireland, and equally one of the most difficult to get to. But have you at least access to a good bottle of whiskey up there?
Oh yeah, well, it's a funny one. No more than Shane, and I used to have a bar, and I was a big advocate of pushing the Irish whiskey. I'm collecting about 10, 12 years now, and It's starting to take shape. There's a couple of nice distilleries up there. You know, the Sleeve League is opening. Crawley has opened recently. They've just filled their first 12 casks this week, actually. So it is coming. It's hard. It's Donegal's funny. it's not the hub. It's one thing I miss is that, all the clubs and the societies and meeting people and the Whiskey Live. It's not in Donegal yet, but it's coming. You just have to keep pushing the Irish whiskey. No more than you're doing in America. Any bar in Donegal, go into and try and get the push, even if you get a Redbreast behind the bar or a good Powers or whatever it is, and just keep pushing a great product, because it's brilliant. I just love the whole the Irish whiskey story.
You've been involved in Irish whiskey you've been a fan of Irish whiskey and a consumer of Irish whiskey for a lot longer than I have, and you've built up quite a knowledge and good taste for Irish whiskey. Shane, I met you first, and then you introduced me to James. So Shane, I met you through Facebook in a random Facebook group, not my own. I had mentioned I was in Ohio. You, a dub living in Ohio, said, "Who's that Irish fella?" saying he's living in Ohio. And you messaged me, and 10 minutes later, we were on the phone together.
Yeah, it was an interesting story. I think it was a couple of years ago now. And by the way, greetings from the shores of Lake Erie here in northern Ohio. Yeah, proud dub, living in Ohio now came in 95, living here since 96. But I see this Irish guy.
95 Jersey too, Shane.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Hecklers.
So I see this Irish lad saying, anybody else here in Ohio from Ireland? And of course, when you're living away from home for so long, you're hungry to have that connection with somebody else from the island of Ireland, because there's just those little things that we understand, the kind of the unspoken rules that we all just have this little different connection. And so, yeah, reached out to you, and geez, we've had some crack over the last couple of years since then. Everything from fishing to hanging out in Dublin at Whiskey Live to a lot of shenanigans that won't be mentioned online tonight.
It's been incredible, and I wanted to have a drink with you both, because God, I've been missing having a drink with you both, and we talk all the time and on text, and this is a great example to me of the incredible community that has built up around Irish whiskey, and the people who have shared interests, and the kind souls that are within the community. But when I first met Shane, we had a few chats. I think, Shane, you came to one of my tastings in Ohio, and then then you said, "Hey, I'm doing a thing over here. Do you want to come up to Cleveland? Do you want to come fishing with me in Lake Erie? Do you want to stay overnight in our fishing club?" And before you knew it, we're shooting and fishing and doing all kinds of
just shooting will do.
I don't think the statute of limitations is up on the Wildlife Act on what we were shooting,
right.
but we were
different country. You're all right, okay.
Different country. But what's wonderful is Shane said to me, because we were both destined to be in Ireland for Whiskey Live in November last year, and Shane said, "I want you to meet a buddy of mine. I've known him since I was a child. We've grown up together, great old buddy." And the three of us met up, and we hit it off at Whiskey Live. We had a few pints before we went to Whiskey Live. We had a few drinks, we had a few pints after, and then we had a few pints. And as Christy Moore said, and then we sat down and we had a pint.
That was the next morning.
That was the next morning.
Yeah.
And we built a great friendship up over whiskey, and whiskeys we're interested in, and sharing thoughts and ideas, and whiskeys we should chase together. And it's been a good old just only a year at this stage, really. James, only met you a year ago, is it?
November. I haven't actually met you in the flesh since that morning in November. Yeah. So yeah, in fairness to it's been brilliant in terms of the online stuff. But I know you were home recently, and Shane was home at the same time. I got to meet Shane, but I was very disappointed. I know you had to see your parents and had to do the isolation stuff. But it was an awful shame that we were so close. We're only a couple of 100 miles away from each other, and it just couldn't happen. And I can't wait.
It was weird.
Yeah,
it was very.
So many years.
Go
on, Shane.
So go ahead, James. Oh, well, I was going to say it was very weird. I remember sending a message out to another lad that I met at Whiskey Live a couple of years ago, Chris Hennessy. You've had Chris on here before. Great lad, great ambassador for Irish whiskey and Irish cocktails, etc. But I even sent a message out to Chris saying, "Hey, I'd love to try and meet up with you with James down in Kilkenny, but sure, then the lockdown went into full effect and you weren't allowed to cross borders, and it was a whole different world." But the good thing is there's always 2021, isn't there?
Yeah. There's always 2021, and it's such a small community too. You never know who pops up. Like Quiveen here, Kevin Murphy. Do you remember us standing outside the hotel in the Liberties and Kevin rolled up, and you were? I think there was some whiskey being exchanged, and Kevin looks at me and goes,
"I think there was.
Do you know Barry?"
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I remember that. I think it was about a 3-minute passing on the street as he was coming in and we were going out, and yes, very nice stuff was exchanged and life was great.
Whiskey was changing hands, and I think there was between Kevin and yourself both looking at me going, can we trust these fellas? Can Kevin trust Shane, and can Shane trust Kevin? And I just looked at both of you and went, you're grand, you'll be fine.
Yeah. But even Barry, in that area now, in the Liberties and Black Pits there, there's 4 distilleries now? 3 or 4 distilleries in that area?
Teeling, Dublin Liberties, Pierce Lyons, Roe and Co.
It's amazing because like
that
particular pub, it was a very nice pub when we were in it at that particular day. But I drank in that pub probably 28 years ago, 30 years ago, and the only reason I drank in it was the guy I was with was a local, because when I walked in first, it was like, you've probably had it in West Cork or North Kerry or somewhere. You walk into a bar and then the whole place stops and you just go, okay, oh shit, I'm in the wrong place here. And then the guy with me going, how you doing? And then it was just okay. That was a tough area, and it's amazing to see how much that has grown. That used to be the major whiskey area of Dublin, if not Europe, and to see it coming back is amazing. It's a very proud thing, and yourself the history of Jameson and all the different ones that moved around, but it's amazing to see Ireland coming back so strong. I actually didn't think when I started this 10 years ago that it would be as big as it is, but it's amazing. Probably got 34, 36 distilleries now.
38 now, believe it or not.
Amazing.
Which is incredible. And the three of us connected over a shared love of one particular distillery, didn't we? We connected over Middleton. And Shane, James and Shane have both been fans of Redbreast and Middleton Very Rare and the more choice offerings, let's say, that come out of Middleton. And we connected over that, which was great. And the chats we'd have every day about Middleton, so we could talk for days about it.
We could, Barry.
We could.
We're not going to say anything. We'll do a big reveal in January, maybe. How does that sound? We keep them all guessing.
Shane and James are big Middleton fans, and let's just say they have some whiskey secrets, and maybe we'll get them to reveal those in January. But Shane and James are dark horses.
We do. We have a couple of whiskey secrets. We might even have I think if memory serves me correctly, we have about 1 minute and 9 seconds of a very funny video that maybe could be shared at some point in 2021. That could be our teaser for next year. But to echo what James says, look, we're all extremely proud of where we grew up around the country of Ireland. As a dub growing up in Dublin and literally living 4.5 miles south of the Guinness brewery and remembering the smell and the malt and barley in the air and all that stuff, it's great to see that we actually have distilleries again in Dublin and actually producing some liquid again in Dublin, because it was a sad day somewhat when some of the distilleries, the Jamesons of the world, the Powers of the world, when to keep Irish whiskey going, they were forced to move out of the capital and down to Cork, and thank God that they did, because look how they thrived down in Middleton. But it's great to see a couple of distilleries come back into Dublin, because the history's there, and it would have been a shame had that gone away.
Well, thank God Cork came to the rescue, as Cork has done many times in the history of Ireland, is coming to the rescue of every other poor state or poor county in Ireland. Look, it's not Cork's place to say it's a hero. Those words are for other people.
And then they shut them.
Listen, we could go on all
Sorry,
night.
Barry, you're not getting away. It might be your show, but you're not getting away with that. Sorry.
I can tell. Here's how I stop this now.
Barry, one thing I'd like to say though, in fairness to Shane, he probably told me, thought I was really mad about 10, 12 years ago getting involved in all this Irish whiskey stuff. He's kind of, what the hell is this about? But he's definitely he's probably passed me out at this stage in terms of being an advocate of it. But one thing we are doing is we're trying to support a few smaller distilleries or people that are starting up. So recently now with the Crawley in Donegal, now we've put a little small investment into a cask there. White Atlantic Distillery. There's a lot of really good stuff going out there, and they do need support. It's a money thing, but it's more than money. Like the Donegal one, the Crawley, it's more than money for me. That cask is going to go to maybe a niece and nephew or whatever it is, but it's a support and see what it means to a community, because a lot of these places are in rural areas, and they're creating a buzz again. And Barry, you're from that type of jurisdiction. It's so important, and you kind of forget that you need a hub. And like this pandemic in Ireland with local bars and everything, it's important to remember that. And I know all your followers, and I know people have advocated your show. You're doing a brilliant job. But I hope of the 6,000 people that you have listening to you or signing in with you, that if we get half of them to Ireland next year, it'll be some crack.
It'll be magic.
We'll try our best to get 3,000 people into the plane. We'll do it. We'll do our best. We'll get the Queen Mary or something, but we'll get across there. Maybe we'll have. Maybe we'll do something in the future with Crawley Distillery, and maybe you can come on and talk about why you decided to invest in a cask in a new distillery, and that'll help people understand casks and investments and whether they are investments. Yeah. So we'll do that in the future.
It's not for everybody, but at the same time, I think it's important. Like once you scratch the surface, Barry, as you know, once you scratch the Irish whiskey surface, and all the guests you have in, they're all saying the same thing. It's a lovely community. It's great fun. People will support you. Nobody's out to ruin anybody or be the big dog. It's all about rising tide. It's everyone going together. It's amazing.
Barry, listen, don't be worrying about us two old hats. You got a lot of guests waiting.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we do this? You have a lovely drop of Powers in your glass. I have a drop of Powers in mine. James, do you want to give us a toast with this Powers here? Because it's a lovely drop of whiskey, and maybe you give us a little sentimental toast.
Sentimental, but I'll give you one though, because the three of us are in the room here together. Here's the people that have seen the best and the worst of you and can't tell the difference.
Yeah.
How's that one?
I'll give you what I believe might be the shortest toast of the entire night. And given that the day that's in it tomorrow, up the dubs.
I'll back that one anyway. Yeah.
And
I have to say, Barry, it's been a very weird experience not chasing tickets.
Well, enjoy the television. Cheers, tomorrow. Barry. Enjoy.
Happy Christmas.
Take care.
Happy Christmas, lads. We'll see you in 2021.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye.
All right, we are working our way through a great night of guests. It is. You're welcome to the Christmas special of the Lock-In. If you're just joining us, to all of our fantastic guests who are waiting in the background, fret not. We are going to get to all of you as quickly as we possibly can. Let me see who's in the background here. I think the next guest that we're going to bring on may have a canine companion. And so I think in about 1 minute's time, we are going to go to Ohio, and we may even find an Irish dog in Ohio. For those of you who are following along, the madness tonight, we have no real format apart from we are working our way through amazing whiskies, fantastic guests and friends. Friends we have made over the past year or a little bit more, many of whom I've never met in person, who I've become friends with online, virtually. We've chatted on the phone and are just great representation of the Irish whiskey community. And we're not done yet. We have a few hours yet to go, and there'll be many more guests coming on. But I hope this is some snapshot into what is a lovely, kind community where you'd struggle to find ego, where you'd struggle to find people who are out there for themselves. It's about giving and it's about helping others. And that is what I love about the Irish whiskey community, and it's why I keep coming back again and again to do more in it, because it's just so much fun. And some of the nicest people I've ever met in my life, I've met through Irish whiskey. And I think that's going to continue. So I see many great guests waiting in the background there, some of whom are going to even come on for a song. believe it or not, like Mr. Joe Moore from the airport in Dublin. We'll bring him on in a few minutes. But before we do that, Joe Moore has been in the audience here for many, many months, giving us great prices on whiskey in Dublin Airport and supporting us. But tonight, we're going to turn the tables and we're going to make him sing. But before we do that, we are going to go to Devon and Stacey in Ohio with Magner, the Irish wolfhound. How are you?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. This is the first time that we've had a dog as a guest, and I'm hoping that Magner can earn, is it a he or a she? Is it a he?
It's a he.
Can Magner earn his keep? Is he any good at Irish whiskey toasts?
He's so good at shaking. That's about the limit of his tricks tonight.
Tell me.
I think, yeah. Him and Devin got into the Bill Phil cast strength already, so.
What I mean, Irish wolfhounds have to be the epitome of what people think of Ireland, and they think of animals, and they think of the Hollywood version of Ireland, but it's the true version of Ireland. Like, these are Irish dogs. What is the fascination with you and Irish wolfhounds? Because there's more than one wolfhound that you've had in your family over the years, right?
This is our first wolfhound.
Oh, that's your first.
We had always been to the Dublin Irish Festival in Ohio, and I wanted a bigger dog. We also have 2 bulldogs that are in another room right now, and I wanted a bigger dog, one that you can actually walk when it gets above 72 degrees outside. And we went to the Irish Festival and found out a lot of the wolfhound owners owned other little dogs, and we just fell in love with them there and spent about 2 years on a waiting list for one. And the breeder picked out Magner for us, and we drove to Virginia, 6-hour drive to get him. And ironically, the song that we played in the car the whole way was Streams of Whiskey by the Pogues, which kind of seems appropriate now.
And yet you named the dog after a cider rather than a whiskey.
Yeah, there were already so many Jamesons and Guinness. So literally the night before we were going to pick him up, he was Bunratty, and we changed that to Magner the night before we drove to get him.
That's amazing.
The whole way.
How difficult is it to feed, exercise, keep an Irish wolfhound? Because they look like a small horse, which sounds to me like there'd be an expense and a time commitment if you're going to get into the world of Irish wolfhounds.
There definitely is. They're pretty lazy indoors, which I know the Brannigans and Kelly Spears Ryan can attest to. They also have wolfhounds. He is big. He is 36 inches at the shoulder. He's 160 pounds. He eats about 6 to 8 cups of dog food a day. So the FedEx guy knows us and is here on a regular basis with big bags of dog food from Chewy.
That's amazing.
So feeding, everything's more expensive with them. The medication that you buy, they don't even make a front line big enough. You have to buy the one for the big and one for the little to even make this size. But they're wonderful dogs. They are so sweet. He absolutely loves people. So this year has been hard for him because he hasn't been able to see a lot of people. And he loves going to the festivals and being out in the.
He misses people more than we do.
Yeah.
I'd imagine. I've never encountered an Irish wolfhound in the flesh that hasn't been stopped every 5 steps from somebody wanting to touch them, to admire them. Like, it must be tough to walk down the street with an Irish wolfhound and get to your destination at the time you had hoped.
Yeah, everybody wants to either pet them, and we'll get the occasional person that'll cross the street not realizing what it is because it's such a big dog. Most of the people they want to come up and they've never met one before and want to pet him, and he absolutely loves it. He loves little kids. They're he likes to get kisses, and they're right at his level. And
that's
he's
amazing.
A gentle dog.
He loves story and sips.
I don't know what it is about an Irishman but he will zoom. He'll go right to the laptop whenever I have you on.
Well, I do have a voice that appeals to dogs and very few humans, so I'll take that. You both have been very involved, aside from the Irish. I mean, you've been very involved in the world of Ireland in Ohio for many years, long before I met you. You're members in good standing in the Shamrock Club. I think you're more Irish than I am myself, and you've been flying the Irish flag, and now you are leading the charge with the Irish Whiskey Fans of Central Ohio, our first official chapter. Why is Ohio such a hotbed of Irish whiskey interest?
I think we have a lot of people, especially in the Ohio area, that have Irish heritage. And I think we all really embrace that. We all really embrace family. And it just seems to go together. We're really involved with the Shamrock Club. We do consider them our extended family. And I see most of them more than I see my own family, especially these days. And so I think that has a lot to do with it. I mean, it's just
we have the Dublin Irish Festival, which is, I do believe, is the largest Irish festival in the United States.
Yeah.
So
we're on the committee for that, and so we've been heavily. We try. I mean, and the great thing is, and it is like family. You see the same people at all these things. So we go to committee meetings for the Dublin Irish Festival, and we see Pat Byrne, and we see the Fahies, and so we see Ed Gahan, and we see everybody that we already see all the time anyway.
Yeah.
Right. It's obviously my first home in America was Ohio, and I go back and forth all the time and lived there for so many years. And it was remarkable to see the interest and the passion for Ireland in a state that, you typically associate Irish interest with coastal states and maybe Chicago, Illinois, and New York and Boston, of course. But in Ohio, it's not an obvious destination or a location for the Irish, yet what a thriving Irish community is there. It's really amazing to see it.
Yeah, between Columbus and Cincinnati, we've really got a strong Irish presence. I think Cleveland is starting to pick up as well. I've noticed, and it's always through the wolfhound people, because one of Magner's siblings is in Cleveland. And so we see pictures, so we know that they have a strong Irish presence up there. There's even parades and everything.
He's amazing. Like, he's just majestic. Like, what a majestic beast. Like, it's hard to believe that a dog can get to that size. I'm just staring at him. It's
They get to that size fast. He was 27 pounds when we picked him up 3 months old. So they get this big pretty fast.
Barry, I can wear his clothes, by the way.
Yeah, it was hard to find a website that made matching pajamas for pets this size.
Well, I'd imagine, yeah. Maybe that's a niche for you both. We've gotten to know each other over the past year or so, maybe a little bit more. We've hung out at tastings in Ohio. We've had great fun helping you guys get the Irish Whiskey Fans of Central Ohio up and running. But you both have very different whiskey tastes. Devin, you're more of a peated whiskey man, and Stacey, you'd rather throw that into the fire than drink it.
Yes. Yeah. I ironically, I said tonight, we've got the dog by the fire. I said, I'm going to get what I always said would be the perfect whiskey for it. So I'm drinking the Liberator Tawny Port.
Oh, very good.
I'm drinking the Bill Phil Cask Strength.
What are you drinking, Devin? Which one is yours?
The Bill Phil Cask Strength.
Ah, very good. Great. Supporting small, burgeoning whiskey companies. I love it. And you've both been great at that. I've watched over the past year you sharing the whiskies you've been buying from Ireland, and you're not letting availability in America stop you. You're going straight to the source and saying, give us what you got.
Yeah, the FedEx, the UPS man will be making another delivery here next week because we ordered the new W.D. O'Connell, the 12-year today.
Amazing. Well, I speak on behalf of Irish people saying thank you for supporting Irish and for buying Irish and supporting the whiskey world. You've been great flag flyers for the world of Irish whiskey, and I'm looking forward to doing a lot more with you both in 2021. I wonder, would either of you have a toast, a story, a song you'd like to share? Or what's your preference?
Oh, I got a little toast here.
Yeah, toast.
What should I pour?
Let me see. I'm drinking a Liberator. I think it is just
right,
a perfect warmer when there's snow on the ground outside and a fire in the fireplace.
I'll do that too. Okay. I'll be dead by the end of this. I'm about 14 whiskies in, and I've got about 18 more to go. But look, we do it for the love of Ireland. All right, what's the toast?
It matters not if the glass is half empty or half full. Clearly, there's room for more.
Sláinte.
Sláinte.
And go Buckeyes. We have a football game.
Go Bucks.
Up Dublin, up Mayo, up Bucks, up everybody that's playing. I'll take no side. Launch it to everybody. Devin and Stacey, great to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. And to Magner, the star of the show so far. Magner, you're a legend. Ruff, ruff. Thank you for joining us. And we'll see you both soon.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas to both of you. 3 of you. All right. What a night we're having. We still have giveaways to do, and in the next 20 minutes, we're going to do some giveaways. If anybody is interested in singing a song tonight, they may find themselves the proud owner of a wonderful sip box full of Irish whiskey glassware and coasters, compliments of stories and sips. All you'll have to do is come on and sing a song, and that doesn't count you, Hannah and Elliot. I see your mouth dropping there with your interest in the box of whiskey glassware. If you are not Hannah and Elliot and you want to sing a song, why don't you put it in the comments that you're willing to sing a song? We've got a couple of people in our group sitting in there in the background who are going to sing a song for us. But who am I going to go to next? Let me see. We have got Gillian and Joe on opposite sides of the Atlantic sitting in the background. Let me start with the both of you. Gillian from Casement's Bar, Joe Moore from Dublin Airport.
Joe! Hello.
Joe, you have a terrible echo.
Who has?
Somebody has a terrible echo. Has anybody got earphones or headphones?
I haven't got an echo.
What did I do?
I'm hearing an echo.
Let me see.
That's on your end, Marty. We're grand. We're grand.
Let me see. Testing. Joe, it's your side.
It's my side. But you're not me off. I'll go and get a set. Knock me off there. Right. Go on. I'll come back to you. I'll come back.
All right. You'll come back to us. All right. Now, let me see. Gillian, how are you?
Good. How are you? I'm sitting here next to my little tree in the Haight-Ashbury.
Oh, it's a beautiful tree.
California.
This is the first time I've seen you without a mask on your face. And it's good to see you.
You know, that's why I did it here. I couldn't yeah, I know. It's been so weird. Because we're a working bar, and Sean is there at the minute. Sure, I do nothing. Sean's still at work. I'm sitting here drinking whiskey. He's the bar open, people picking up packages and deliveries, and we've been flat out. We've been super busy. We're very, very lucky.
Gillian, you joined us a few months ago. We did a lock-in a few months ago, maybe a few weeks ago. I've lost track of all time, but we did a lock-in from Casement's Bar. You joined us and you shared what was happening in Casement's Bar. A wonderful bar with an Irish nod, but a kind of a global approach. And
for sure,
the world has changed even since, and has morphed. And you as a bar owner have had to roll with the punches in 2020, haven't you?
Yeah. If one more person says the word pivot to me, I'm going to tattoo it on my arm, and then I'm going to cut my arm off. Yeah, it's been a really intense year. We, for those who didn't hear the last time I was on, we opened in January. We were closed 2 days before St. Patrick's Day. We had a full week, a lineup of festival events that we were doing. We had musicians lined up that were traveling to South by Southwest, and we just had to cancel everything. And then from there, we got word in New York that a lot of the very established bars were open for, cocktails, but there was nobody around. And I thought, well, sure, nobody even knows we exist. There's no point in doing that. So we just went a totally different route, and we went straight to batch cocktails, delivery, and 7 days a week driving around San Francisco. Like my father would be proud of my streets of San Francisco in a Prius, jumping the hills.
Launching over the hills. I heard a man tell me one time that his dream in life was to pay a taxi driver $100 and drive him over the hills in San Francisco, like the streets of San Francisco.
Well, I have a good one for you. One of my old regulars, his name is Ralph. He is the exact epitome of what you think a San Francisco taxi driver is. And he picked me up one day and he drove me 100 miles an hour up and down those things. And I thought I was going to die. And it was thrilling. It was terrifying and thrilling at the same time. Yeah, it's
Michael Douglas and Carl Malden would be proud of you.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
I'm very impressed with the. I did a whiskey tasting last night. We had an online tasting that we did with the Andytown Coffee Roastery, which is a Irish American but Irish influenced coffee company here in San Francisco. And I did 6 of the tastings, and I decided then that it was my own Christmas party, and I went for it. I don't know how you're doing it.
Fair play to you. I mean, look, it is Christmas time, and we normally this time of the year be heading to bars and restaurants and venues and function rooms for a good old session, but we can't do that this year, so we have to do it virtually.
We can't, but it's I don't know. My uncle kind of I was talking to my uncle during the week. He's over in Australia, and they're having a very different experience than we are, and he constantly reminded me that like my grandmother was she was living in London as a very small child during World War I, and then she lived she was World War II, she left, but she was there for the bombings, and like they had to go through so much stuff, and all I've ever had to worry about is if my iPhone's charged enough. And so like I feel so blessed, and so like this year's been like rip-roaringly awful, but this is a challenge. This is our challenge, I suppose.
I know, and I mean that's nice to put it in perspective. We don't have it like the Blitz and the bombings, but
no.
I suppose but still, it's been a very, like you've experienced, and so many have. It's been a very tough year, and you've looked for the light at the end of the tunnel, and constantly hope that light at the end of the tunnel isn't a train coming towards you. But
we've good news here. We've more than one friend who's gotten their first jab of the vaccine. So that's been something that's kept me going. There are healthcare workers, but like, it's the pivot. The thing I hate about pivoting is also the thing I love. I've now multiple different skill sets that I didn't have in the beginning of 2020. So
you've also, I think 2020, you've tried some new whiskies. You have been exposed to some quality whiskies. You sent me a message the other day with pictures of wonderful bottles of Irish whiskey. Have you anything there now that you're sipping tonight?
That's why I'm sad that Joe isn't on.
He's coming here now in a second. He's going to get his headphones.
I'd say Joe, he's the airport man, is he?
He is.
I'd say Joe definitely knows my best friend. She's a HR manager in the airport, and I get the VIP experience when I'm at the Dublin airport. But I bought myself a bottle of the all sherry
Red Breast.
The Red Breast, the 1998. And I got that in the airport.
Well, are you sipping on that tonight?
Say that again, sorry?
Will you join me in a toast with a good Red Breast then?
I definitely will. I'm going
to take out a Red Breast too.
Careful. Do you want to drop?
Have you housemates there who want to join in for the crash?
My girlfriend is here with me here. Hang on one sec. She'll say hi. Once she has some with me.
Hi, girlfriend.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey. The most American greeting of all time.
No, do you know what the most American the most Irish thing that I got in a lot of trouble for would be when I would pause and be like, "Come here," and so when I'd say, "Come here,"
come here,
say,
come here to me,
come right up to me, and I'd be like, "What are you doing?" It took me a long time to figure that one out.
Not that close. Not that close.
Yeah, exactly.
Bit of personal space.
Yeah.
Gillian, we've never met in person. We're due to, a bit like Donna and Hannah and all the great whiskey people in California. We've yet to meet.
Donna was up here for my birthday and all outdoor hangouts, but she nearly killed me.
I must have missed that invitation there. It didn't come through, but maybe the next one will.
There's a bit of an issue with the U.S. Post Office at the moment. I think there's.
Oh, is that what it is? Right.
Corkville is down in San Diego, I heard.
I think actually I was in Ireland at the time, so you do have a legitimate excuse why I wasn't invited.
You were too busy breaking bottles of Bushmills in the ocean.
Sure, listen, I had to create a bit of content. Like, have you now a toast for us? What's the Casement Spark toast?
I do. I have a toast for next year, and it's for now, but it's also a bit for next year, and it's two very short lines, and it's here's to doing and drinking, not sitting and thinking.
Oh, that's perfect.
Sláinte.
I love it. Sláinte.
Cheers, love. Oh, it's so decadent. Oh, my word.
Oh, we don't deserve it. We don't deserve this whiskey.
We don't deserve this.
No, you definitely don't.
No.
I will attest to No, you put in a hard year. Like you've launched a bar, you started a business, you in conditions that no man, woman, or child would ever want to start a business in. You did it, which is fair. I mean, fair play. And we had a good old chat when you were in Casements for the lock-in. But look, when California opens up, and you and I can both commiserate and sway at the end of a night, going, it's very sad that we are in the worst hit state, in the worst hit country in the world right now, and all we can do is stay. We're still happy and healthy. All we can do is try and stay safe and stay healthy and drink good whiskey. And so
your health is your wealth. And if they're telling me that it's unsafe for people to meet outside and have dinner, then I trust their judgment. And if I can make sure that people stay as healthy as they can, that's all we can do. I'll just deliver them bottles of whiskey. So if anyone's got any friends in San Francisco, lonely friends, and they need anything, just go onto the Casements website and we'll look after them.
With that, let's bring back in our buddy Joe. Let me see here. He should be joining us. There's Joe.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Perfect. That's perfect.
Hello, America. This is Ireland. I have the scores from the Eurovision Song Contest if anyone wants them.
How many points are we getting? 12. I want the 12.
I wouldn't give you 12, not a chance. How are we all? I hope you can hear it.
We can hear you perfectly. Yeah.
Grand.
Ideal. Gillian's got a friend working in Dublin Airport that she's convinced.
You must know Aoife Henley. Do you know Aoife Henley?
Oh, I probably do, but probably for all the wrong reasons, I'd imagine, and I'm sure.
The gas character, you'd know her for sure if you saw her.
Is she in the alcohol section, is she?
She's HR for Arienta.
Oh, Aoife
Henley.
I do. I'm pretty sure I do know her. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I do. Yeah. The problem with the airport, of course, is there's not many people. It's unbelievable.
She gave you that written warning that one time for discounting the Redbreast. Remember?
More than likely, Barry. More than likely. It wouldn't surprise me.
I've actually met you. I actually bought some whiskey from you.
I knew your face. Your face.
Lovely lady that helped me from Duleek, I think she was from as well.
Duleek. Oh God. Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh shit. At this stage, anyway, yeah. Well, it wasn't me, was it?
You were too busy getting written up. I'm drinking your whiskey though.
What's that? The 19, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I have actually. Funny enough that I now Barry should have mentioned I'm only home from the pub, so you know.
Hey.
So Now I was out for dinner first. I wasn't on the drink, of course. But so I'm enjoying at the moment. I've signed up for that many charity things over the last few weeks, and I haven't, because I've been quite busy, I haven't gotten a chance to actually do most of them. So I have loads of little sample bottles around everywhere. At the moment, I'm actually going through one that the Aviator sent us out, our Christmas party, which was with Jer, and it was discussing the blue spot. So I've had to have a glass of green spot. I'm having a bit of yellow at the moment, and I've got some 25-year-old Redbreast all sherry here as well. I'm going to indulge in as well, and then maybe finish with some blue spot, I think, as well. So it's a great night, honest to God.
What a night. I'm sipping on Redbreast 30-year-old. We all grew up in conditions that we should not have access to these whiskies.
No.
None of us.
Not at all. Not at all. But it's true, isn't it great?
My dad, I think the first time I ever had a glass of whiskey with my dad was, I'd say I was about 25, and I was home from the States, and we were at a bar in Wexford, I think, and we'd all had dinner. My sisters and my mom went to bed, and my dad and myself had a nightcap. And I said, I'll have a glass of Paddy. And he looked at me. He went, "No daughter of mine is drinking Paddy." And I thought that he meant like whiskey. And he's like, "She'll have a Powers." I was like, "Oh, good."
Yeah, proper order.
Far from 30-year-old bottles of whiskey was I ever drinking.
Stop. Listen, honestly.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Well, that's it.
We're blessed.
I'd be amazed with the array of whiskey that I'm surrounded by on a daily basis, and I say, by God, you've come far by. You've really come far in regards to where you started. It's,
Joe, you've been lurking in the background of the lock-ins now for the past few months, giving us your best prices on whiskey, your duty-free prices.
I'm just keeping an eye on you.
You're doing great. But I held you over a barrel there earlier in the week, and I said, Joe, this is the Christmas special. You'd have to come on
and do an old spot. Maybe even an old song for us. And I've held you to it. And Joe, you're not getting off here without giving us something.
You don't even want to talk to me, Forrest. This is dreadful, isn't it? Honest, this is terrible.
I'm not even going to buy you dinner, Joe. I'm not even going to buy you dinner. I'm straight for the song.
Well, I must confess that you've had some fantastic musicians over the last few months, and unfortunately, ballads are not one of my things. The Irish music, I'm not huge into it unless it's something like a Frank Sinatra, a Dean Martin. That's generally where I hang out. But there is a few songs that I really enjoy. There's one that I used to sing as a young fella that I still carry through, and it was sang originally by the Furies, and that was the Red Rose Cafe. That's one of my favourites. Now, I haven't sang it in years, and after you had kindly messaged me to remind me that I was doing this and I was committed now, I had to go and look up the words. So so I suppose I'll have it playing in the background, and if I get it wrong, you can blame it on the drink, because I've been out since 7 o'clock. So do you want me to go now, or do you want to give me a countdown, or what do you want to do? There's no buzzers now. You're not going to buzz me off, nothing like that.
I just want you to be you, like you're great.
Jesus. Yeah, Jesus, that could be dangerous now. Do you want this show to continue on air?
Give us I love this song, the Red Rose Cafe. I remember the Furies playing and Davy Arthur playing in Cove in the late 1980s, and my parents going to see them. And the Red Rose Cafe, they came home and told me, was the most beautiful song they'd ever heard. So, Joe, you'll have me in bits with this now.
Well, should we give it a lash, and we'll see how we get on? And if it goes brutal, sure, look what we can do.
Good man.
Right, let's see how we get on. Right, here we go. Come on now, don't work yet. What do you think? I have the fucking words there to make sure I can remember them.
Fair play.
Right, here we go. They come from the farms and the factories too, and they all soon forget who they are. The cares of today are soon washed away as they sit at a stool by the bar. The girl with green eyes in the Rolling Stone shirt doesn't look like she works on the land. The man at the end, he's a very good friend of a man who sells cars second hand. Here we go. Now, everyone's singing along together. Woo! Down at the Red Rose Cafe in the harbour, there by the port, just outside Amsterdam. Everyone shares in the songs and the laughter. Everyone there is so happy to be there. The salesmen relax with a few pints of beer, and they try not to speak about trade. The poet won't write any verses tonight, but he may sing a sweet serenade. So pull up a chair and forget about life. It's a good thing to do now and then. And if you like it here, well, I have an idea. Tomorrow, let's all meet again. Here we go now, everyone, all over America. Down at the Red Rose Cafe in the harbour, there by the port, just outside Amsterdam. Everyone shares in the songs and the laughter. Everyone there is so happy to be there. Here we go, one more time. Down at the Red Rose Cafe in the harbour, there by the port, just outside Amsterdam. Everyone shares in the songs and the laughter. Everyone there is so happy to be there. Here we go. There we go. Now, that's to all my friends in America and all my friends here in Ireland. God bless you.
Hey, Sláinte Joe. Brilliant. Brilliant. Good man.
Jeez, I haven't sang that since I was about. My mother used to get me to sing that song. That was one of her favorites. My party piece. You know what? Whenever relatives came over, and you'd be sitting there just having your dinner, bothering nobody, and your mother would go on, get up and do your party piece. Get up and sing for your auntie. Sing for your auntie now. Get up. So it used to be, that was my song, and I don't know why it was my song. Finbar himself was a friend of my father's, and I remember when my sister was born, she was actually quite sick, and Finbar came up to the house where we were living, and he came in and he came up the stairs and he was talking to my dad, and he said, I hear your daughter's a bit unwell, Joe. He said, yeah, she's not well. And went up the stairs and he done one of those, he went in and done one of those prayers over it. Now, look, to you or I, that means nothing, but for him, it was very much, he felt as though it was something that was part of his tradition. And he done this little prayer, and for about 3 or 4 minutes, and he came out and he said, Joe, I'm telling you now, that young one should be grand. And sure enough, today is her birthday, 24 years of age. She was told she wouldn't live 3 months, and she's 24 now today.
Amazing.
So no, I can't say no. It's but so what I mean by that, and I'm not saying being Finbar, I don't know, but it was more my mother that made sure she's still here. But what I'm saying to you is the song has an awful lot of meaning within my family. So I think that's why it's a party piece. That if I had to come up with a reason. So I'm glad that's over now, because generally I was hoping Mark Bergen might come on and we could do a bit of, Ebony and Ivory or Sonny and Cher or something like that. But he avoided it tactically, might I add.
he didn't reply to my messages, so he was leaving it.
Yeah.
But I will say, like, Finbar Fury, you've chosen Finbar Fury there. I mean, is there a more beautiful? Recently, I heard, I was watching the clip of Finbar Fury and Imelda May on the Late Late Show singing Sweet.
Fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Yeah, no, it really was fabulous. And it's when you hear songs like that, you go, like, I'm not sure what it's like for you. I've never lived abroad, but I can only imagine that when you are away and you hear songs like that, it makes you miss home, because even I'm living here and it makes me glad I'm living here. You know what I mean? So I can only imagine what it means for you when you're abroad,
This is Joe, you have me crying.
Oh, for God's sake, Jay. Stop. Don't start. You get me going. Now, don't start.
My uncle had a bar down in Sneem, or he had a hotel in Sneem, and I have a vague memory of them playing, but being really young. I think I was maybe 5 or 6. And I think I was thrown on lounge duty, picking up glasses and stuff. But that song, I always remember that. I love that song.
Yeah, and it's one that's not sung enough a lot these days. It's not, and I tell you, it's a beautiful song. And as much as the ballads are beautiful, I just think the fact that, like, I think it was 1980. I could be wrong. I think it was 1987, if I'm not mistaken. I could be earlier in the 80s, that they were over touring in Holland, the Furies, and that's where they learned the song and they brought it home here to Ireland and they translated it. If I'm not mistaken, it was 87. Could be wrong. And that's when they translated and started to do it as part of their own act, and thank God they did, because it's a fabulous song, and I think it's one that, even though it has nothing to do with Ireland, it feels very Irish.
Yeah. It's very descriptive. Yes. It paints a really good picture. You can see it, like it's.
You can, and the Furies and Davy Arthur, and I mean, they're part of our childhood. That's what we heard on the Sunday morning, as my mother was making the old roast dinner. And we had the oldies in Irish on 96 FM in Cork, and you get a bit of Finbar Fury. That was great.
Yeah, it's even amazing that you had the radio in Cork. Jeez, that's amazing. When did that come in? What was that?
It would have been 2010, I think.
Stop.
We'll have to pull Joe's connections and get Finbar Fury on here one night singing Sweet 16.
Well, I tell you, that's my connections. The amount of people I've met working in the airport. Finbar is probably the bottom of the list of people I've met. Honest to God, like big celebrities, big celebrities like yourself, Barry, of course.
They're drinking some red breath soon.
But I should even put on my Christmas shirt. No one even know. I even put this on because I wasn't wearing this when I was out now, and I came home and I got especially dressed for this occasion. You know, crazy because I knew I was on show. You know,
well, Joe, I was monitoring the camera in the background there, and I was afraid in my life you'd turn up with no shirt. But I'm delighted that you have a shirt on you, which is great.
Were you at all a bit worried that, like, if you put a Christmas tree behind you, that you sort of would just kind of melt into the Christmas tree?
I'll be honest here now, Gillian. I took a risk with this what weighs about 50 pounds turtleneck, and I'm sweating profusely, and there's a bucket under me collecting the sweat from the Southern California heat, and I'm sitting here in a Chinese turtleneck, and I'll tell you what, it's never seen wool in its life.
Oh, geez.
If I can say, Barry, to your friends, because I've tried to reply to as many as possible on Twitter. Last week I put up the photographs on Twitter of the new Jameson Taste House in Dublin Airport, and the response has been fantastic. So I want to just thank anyone that's listening on this at the moment, and all I can say is I hope to see ye very soon. The sooner you can come in and see us, we have a fantastic team in Dublin Airport, and the sooner it's safe to travel and everyone can get back to normal. I'm so looking forward to people seeing the shop because, you know, all I can say is the photographs I put up don't do it justice. It's absolutely phenomenal. And I really want people to see it. I tell you, after 2.5 years of planning, I never thought it would open in the middle of a pandemic where there's only 500 people going through a day. You know? Sorry, beg your pardon?
Sorry, can you go into the tasting room on your way into the country as well as on your way out?
It's only departing. It's in Terminal 2 departures. We have if anyone wants to, you'll see it on my Instagram. I think it's Joe Moore Whiskey or Joe F Moore on Twitter. I'm brutal with Facebook. If anyone's trying to get me on Facebook, I'm brutal. It's won't get me on there. But what it is we in Dublin Airport, there is a designated team for Irish distillers. We always had people in the duty-free section, and over the last 4 to 5 years, we started to grow the team and we start doing tasting pillars around the airport in both terminals, and there was a pop-up shop area in Terminal 2, so people already recognise it, and it was meant to change or rotate every month. Different whiskey companies or even different alcohol companies were meant to go into it and set up a promotion for the month. And then it must be the best part of 2 years ago, they said to us, look, you're doing such a good job, why don't you stay here? So we set up a temporary location at that point and began to plan building a permanent location in Terminal 2. So all I can say is it's if you wanted to show how well the market is doing at the moment, it's the fact that, there's a duty free right beside us, but the fact that you can open a purely, it's called the Jameson Taste House, but we have all the whiskies from Middleton in it. And the fact that you can do that alongside a duty free just shows how well the market is doing at the moment, and how much interest people have in. Because I tell you, for as much as the Taste House is there for people to buy, it is a shop, but it's not necessarily just a shop. The people who work, including myself, the people who work in there, the team that I work with, we're all ambassadors. So we are there to answer questions. We are there to talk about the whiskey, and we're trying to make sure people have a really good experience, not just you're going to the duty free and grabbing a bottle off the shelf. The shop is there to be utilised. When it's safe to do so, please God, soon enough, we'll be able to do tastings, which is always fantastic because I always love offering people stuff they haven't tried before. And then also we're going to have things like, custom labellings on Black Barrel, merchandise, which has always been demanded, but we never actually had it. People always want it, but now we have some merchandise as well. So all I can say is as soon as it's safe to travel again, I look forward to y'all coming home to Ireland or coming to see Ireland for the first time. And then on your way home, make sure you remember the Jameson Taste House in T2, because you have to go buy it, so you can't miss me. And I tell you one thing, you'll make sure you'll hear me before you see me, but I'll be there.
You're a great ambassador for Ireland, to be fair to you. And I know you're off duty, but you've not stopped with the pitch. You're straight in there with the old Middleton pitch. Fair play to you.
I wish I got paid for it because I never stop. I tell you what it is, Barry.
You love it.
And I tell you that's very true. I tell you what it is. The social media side of things, the interacting, going to the tastings, the talking to people, that's not necessarily part of the job description. But I I'm delighted to be representing such a fantastic brand. Like, I have my location. My location is at Dublin Airport. I'm proud of the way the shop has grown and the way that the team has grown, and I'm extremely proud. You know, I think it's a luxury that you get to say that I work for Irish Distillers. Not an awful lot of people are very necessarily happy to go to work. I can't wait to go to work every day. I love going in, meeting people, and talking about the whiskies from Middleton, because it's very easy when you have such a fantastic product behind you to do your job, you know, because it's,
that's so nice to hear. Isn't that refreshing? That's lovely.
So all I can say is, please God, hopefully I see you all soon.
If anyone travels through Dublin Airport and Joe's not there when you're traveling through and people try to offer you cheaper whiskies, just say, hold on a second, Joe promised me things underneath the counter here. And Joe said there'd be Redbreast single casks available for tasting, right? So go in there and hassle the staff. And in fact, make a scene. If you don't get Redbreast single casks, make a scene in the airport until Joe comes out.
You'll get me shot. I remember, actually, funny enough, I'm not sure if he's watching, but I've told the story many times, but not on camera, of Mr. Omar Faisal, and he was coming into the airport. I think he was flying out with I'm not sure who it was. I think was it John? What's his handle? John McDougall. That's his handle on Facebook. He was flying out with himself. They were going over to Scotland to do a tour, and he texted me a few weeks earlier and said he was coming through. And I said, that's grand. I said, what time are you flying through? He said, I think he said, let's say 8 o'clock. I said, well, look, I start at 7. I said, I'll be into you. I said 7 o'clock. Grand. I got a phone call about 6 o'clock in the morning. He said, we're coming through security now. Where are you? I said, well, I'll be into you in a minute. So sure enough, straight up there, and I was into it. And I got in there about 6:30, and there he was standing there. There was himself, John, and another man who was in the bar, who we said, come over here now. Joe will be in a minute. Come on, Ella, come on. And the three of them are sitting there like something out of Oliver, wait, with their hands out. Come on, please, sir. And we tell you one thing. It was 6:30 in the morning, but by God, we had some crack in that shop. I sent them off very merry, but it was all done responsibly, of course. And it was they had a fantastic time. But that's what it's all about. You know what I mean? That the shop is there for a reason. We are there to help people out. And if you ever give me notice, if I'm not there, someone will be there. And we always want everyone to come in and have a great bit of fun. You know, that's the whole thing. It's an experience. People are meant to have a bit of crack in the shop. That's the whole point of it.
It always feels very decadent it feels very decadent to get like a free drink in Dublin. You know what I mean? Like it feels like Jesus, like you get this taster, and it's I was introduced to Glendalough at the airport years ago. I've been like a lot of stuff I've come across for the first time from the airport. Yeah.
Well, it makes you laugh because you'd have to actually watch, because now not anymore, will be now the first stop within the airport, but previously over the past years we've actually been the last stop. So you'd have to keep an eye, because in the duty free there could be 5 or 6 different products between whiskies, gins, creams, liqueurs, all that, on taste. And by the time they got to us, they could be you're saying, hold on now, pal. Do you even want to get on this flight or not? So you have to watch.
Now, Joe, I'm going to say to you that next time Omar or any of the lads from Ireland say they're coming through and they're looking for a special deal, I'll pay you enough to not give them a thing. Like, don't put anything. Like, what would it cost to give them nothing? Like, give them a load of coal, whatever it takes. I don't want Omar getting anything. Give him nothing. And in fact, when he comes through, take his bags, take his boarding pass, whatever it's got to be done, right? I'll take care of you.
Are you telling me that, Barry, when the next time Omar Faisal goes into the shop, I'm meant to get on the phone and ring airport police and say, excuse me, I've got a suspicious looking passenger in this shop. Would you mind coming down and give him an old search?
Now, the bad thing is, of course, Omar being police himself, he might be able to. But all I'm saying is, give him nothing, and I'll take care of you, all right? Give him nothing.
Well, I can't. It's like the second or third time I've now missed you going out as well. I'm not sure what it is. Every time you seem to fly, it's either the airport is closed or it's in the middle of the night or what. I'm not sure what you're doing. I think you deliberately book these flights at a certain time that you don't have to see me. I'm not sure what you're doing.
I come through the tradesman's entrance, Joe. I'm the poorest.
Oh, well, I wouldn't be near that. No, I wouldn't be near that.
Fly out of Cork. What's that about?
should Cork International Airport, the only international flight you get is to the Isle of Man. Like.
If you're lucky, if it's Ryanair, you could get left in the sea.
Listen to me, Joe. You've been a legend with the singing, and I want you to come back again on the lock-in because you've been lurking in the background, and you're far more helpful on screen, and I want you to come back. Gillian, you gave us a toast, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Have you an old song? Have you an old verse?
No.
You do?
I'll tell you why. Unfortunately, a few years ago, I lost my voice, and it sounds like this all the time. And I have a terrible voice, an awful singing voice. Wait, hang on. Sarah, come here.
I don't need household affirmation of how bad your voice is.
No,
Now, Gillian, if you want, I could always serenade you. I have some lovely Frankie Valli up my sleeve if you want a bit of that. You want a bit of Frankie Valli? Right, we'll do a bit of Frankie Valli, then I'll go home. I'm already sitting in my bloody home. Right, here we go.
Go on.
Let me think. Now, how am I starting it? Right. You're just too good to be true. I can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I want to hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. I can't take my eyes off of you. Pardon the way that I stare. There's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak, and there are no words left to speak. But if you feel like I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. I can't take my eyes off of you. Here we go. Oh yeah. Da 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 da. Whoa, I love you, baby, and if it's quite all right, I need you, baby, to warm a lonely night. I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby, don't bring me down, I pray. Oh, pretty baby, now that I found you, say, let me love you, baby. Let me love you. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I want to hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. I can't take my eyes off of you. I won't go to the chorus. There you go. That's a nice one there, just for you to keep you going.
Oh, legend.
You could have done the chorus, but what's the point? We'll have a bit of crack.
I mean, look, how do we top this? How do we top this?
Well, you close the night, Barry. This is it, and there's no show like a Joe show. I thought I was the main event. What's going on here? What's the story? You said to me, you messaged me and said, Joe, look, the guests, few lightweights. We need you to come on and be the top dog. And I said, okay, Barry, just for you, because you asked me nicely, and I thought I was the main event. It was going to be over 2:20, and this is it now. So I look forward to the rest of the night.
You're always the main event. In my heart, you're the main event. That's all you need to know.
Well, it's been a pleasure to be on with you.
Thank you. Thank you so, Joe. Seriously, listen, thank you. I can't wait to have a drink with you in person. Gillian, the same. We're going to San Francisco. We're going to Dublin. We're going to take this show on the road. It'll be a Joe show, Gillian show before we know it. Slaunch it to both of you.
Best of health, Barry. Best of health. Gillian, God bless.
Fair play to both of you. Cheers. Woo! We're going to Ohio next. So Brian and Scott, get ready because we're going to go live to Ohio, and then we're going to go to New Jersey, and we're going to have a bit of crack. We're going to tell some stories. We're going to hang out with the man from Tip in New Jersey, and he's waiting there in the background, beaming from ear to ear at the thoughts of sharing his wonderful stories and wonderful whiskey. He's going to open the most expensive whiskeys he has in his cabinet, he told us. We are going next to Ohio. We're going to bring on our friends from the Central Ohio group of the Irish Whiskey Fans of America, Scott Robinson, and we're going to bring in Brian Redden down there in Cincinnati. Scott, you're very welcome to the show. And Brian and Mr. Brian's son, how are you all doing tonight? Doing great here.
Good. Let me see.
How do you follow Joe, though? I mean, yeah.
How does anybody follow Joe?
That's a tough act to follow. That was a multimedia show there.
I mean, look, we could have just pressed record and let Joe go for it, and Joe could have held this show tonight. You don't need any of the rest of us.
No. Well, I hopefully brought somebody worth hearing singing, because nobody certainly wants to hear me.
So we are now in Ohio. So we are live from Columbus and Cincinnati. Scott, you have been part of the founding of the Central Ohio chapter of the Irish Whiskey Fans of America group, and you very kindly joined us tonight for a toast. I'm curious to know what gets an Ohio man interested in Irish whiskey.
Well, I moved to Columbus in '88. Actually, I came here to go to the seminary. Originally, I grew up north of Pittsburgh, PA, a large Irish family on both sides. So I've always kind of had an interest in it. And when I left the seminary, I ended up staying in Columbus, and friends told me about the Shamrock Club in Ohio. And I started going down there and kind of connected, and so it was like family. It was like being home back with my big Irish family. And Stacy and Devin said it. I consider them extended family. And for my 40th birthday, Mom and Dad took me over to Ireland. We went with, I think there was 20 of us, cousins and aunts and uncles, and we toured all the distilleries and stuff, and Dad is partial to Jameson, and tonight I'm drinking Middleton, because Middleton's kind of our Christmas drink. That when I go home for Christmas, Dad brings down the bottle of Middleton, and we take turns buying it every year.
I'll take that cue. I'll take that prompt.
Yeah. So it just. But the Irish whiskey does it. I'm a very social person, and I think the one thing that 2020 has done is really put a damper on that. And I think that this group, as well as the connections I've made through it, have really helped me through that. This is probably my second week of retirement from my job, and I would have never thought that it was just weird retiring from home and not going into work and seeing everybody I talk to and carry on. So it's been a different year for me, but some good things have come out, and this group and especially establishing the Central Ohio chapter, it's kind of strengthened some relationships and some interactions I've had through your whiskey tastings and the Shamrock Club, as well as the lock-ins and everything. I think it's been great, and it's been wonderful.
It's been great to get to know the Irish whiskey fans in Ohio and learn of their connection, and like you mentioned, your trip and the family connections, and just how it's just built emotional connections. And I'm a big believer that like Irish whiskey is not just this distilled spirit, but it's this connector, it's this connection to something more emotional. And I've heard you share that story a few times with your family, and Middleton Very Rare, and it isn't that what it's all about? Is we get to create memories, we get to meet new people, and we create traditions. Like you talk about sipping on Middleton Very Rare, you're reliving that tradition, aren't you, every time you sip it?
Yep, exactly. And this year, I'm not sure if I'm going to get home to see my folks or not, and if not, we'll be doing something similar, but we'll all be drinking Middleton, and when we do. So it's a good connection, and it's one I cherish.
Well, Scott, I want to toast you with a drop of Middleton. And before we do that, Laura Hughes wants to know what's the picture of my background. Is it a pub? Yeah. My apartment, it does feel like a pub, I'll be quite honest. We're in a pub. We have an apartment in downtown San Diego, and I have a very forgiving and a very patient wife who allows me to recreate what is, in a sense, an Irish pub behind me. So what you're seeing is just the Irish whiskey that gets amassed through these events. It's not a pub. I'll share a picture in the Facebook group of the mess of this table. This might look like a polished
Maybe it doesn't, but it might look like some kind of event, but no, it's a mess. I'll share a picture of how messy this gets, but no, that's just our whiskey, our California whiskey collection. Scott, have you a toast at all that you like or that you use?
Yeah, actually, I found one when you asked me to come on. I actually found one today that I really like. That is, I guess I'm not the person to say, but Google can't be wrong. It's a traditional Christmas toast for Ireland, and it really did bring in the family element to me. But this is to everybody in the group and good friends far and wide. This Christmas, may you have walls for the wind and a roof for the rain, and drinks beside the fire, laughter to cheer you, and those you love near you, and all that your heart may desire. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, folks.
Merry Christmas, Scott. Thanks for being good buddies to the world of Irish whiskey.
Sláinte.
Sláinte, Scott. We'll see you soon, and hopefully we're going to get to do some events in Columbus in the new year. But I appreciate your friendship and your connection in the world of Irish whiskey. So thank you, and looking forward to raising a glass with you in the new year again.
Thank you, Barry. Back to you.
Let's go now down to Cincinnati in Ohio, and we're going to Brian and Patrick. Brian and Patrick, you're very welcome to the lock-in. This is your first time on the lock-in.
Thank you, Barry.
Brian, we've had communications for, I don't know, maybe going on a year and a half, 2 years at this stage, right?
Yeah. The early on in this group, and then the meetup on the Red Spot win, and a couple of rounds at Fido in Easton.
I forgot about that. Brian was the winner of a Red Spot contest we hosted back when we had probably, I don't know, 600, 700 people in our...
Maybe less.
Maybe less. Today we have 6,500, but back then Brian was waving the flag for Irish whiskey from Cincinnati. And Brian, you have great Irish connections, don't you?
I do. So Irish on both sides, and we've talked about this. Cork on one side, Galway on the other, and have visited and spent time there. And then here in Cincinnati, about a decade ago, got involved with a group called the Friendly Sons of St. Patrick, which has been around in Cincinnati for about 155 years. Charity group, and an outreach part of that is a music group that that has a men's chorus and is very active, and got involved in that with Patrick probably about 4 years ago now. 3 years ago. And he's got all the musical talent. I just kind of warble away, but have gotten much involved then in the Irish Heritage Center and do a lot of stuff associated with that.
Brian, we've had many conversations over text and messenger, and you messaged me during the week and you said, my son's a great singer. We should bring him on. And Patrick, you're probably embarrassed that your dad is messaging to say that you're a great singer, but I think it's a wonderful thing. And I'm going to say this. Like when I was back in Ireland last month, I got to spend time with my dad, and it's been the most valuable time. And I just treasured so much. And I regret not spending more time with him when I was younger. But I love this. Like the fact that a father and son come on here, a proud dad and a son that's going to sing a song. Like this is a wonderful thing. And I celebrate and I toast it. I feel we're very lucky to have a father-son come on here tonight. It's just a lovely thing.
Well, thank you, and I'm just pleased. I'm proud of him. Obviously, he's been doing this a long time. Like I said, he was blessed with a great talent, and happy that he was willing to do it.
So, Brian, you're a nice fella and all, but your son's the one with the voice. So we're going to get rid of you, and we're going to tell you to get off the camera, because Patrick, we believe that you've got a great singing voice. You're going to give us a lovely song tonight, are you?
I'll do my best.
Patrick, in your own time, you take it away.
All right. Okay. Ready?
grass is green, the orange and palm trees sway. There's never been such a day in Beverly Hills, LA. But it's December the 24th, and I am longing to be up north. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white.
Wow, 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 wow. That was beautiful. Patrick, the voice of an angel, and as many compliments for your wonderful jacket as your wonderful voice.
You gotta show it off sometime.
Well, he had to compete with the sweater, Barry, so.
This is true.
Well, look, I don't expect anybody to sweat in 100-degree heat wearing a polyester turtleneck, but I do appreciate a bit of style that Patrick has brought to the table here. Brian, dare I say that this young man is destined for great things, and as every son should do, is try and somehow overtake his father.
Well, that won't take much, at least in this department for sure.
Patrick, how long have you been singing for?
I've been doing like voice lessons and actually like working on it for
7?
Yeah, like 7 years now.
Amazing.
6.
Do you feel at all any connection with Ireland? Like you're in Ohio, like you're born in Ohio, right? Like Ohio's home, but where does Ireland play a role in your life?
Well, I don't think it would if not for him, just because he's my connection with everything, just not only through blood, but through, being involved in Irish Heritage Centre with all you guys. He's definitely kept me kind of able to have a connection with my roots in Ireland.
We have so many comments, people saying things like, was that Bing Crosby? Is that the Saviour school jacket? Great stuff there, Patrick. Fantastic. People loving this. Well done, Patrick. Thank you so much for sharing your talent with us. It'd be great for you to come back again and maybe do a few tunes for us in the future, maybe early in the new year. We'd love to have you on because she's a voice like that. We're privileged to have it.
Well, thank you for having me.
No, it's a pleasure, Brian. Thank you for alerting us to the talent within your own home.
Yeah. Well, we're proud of him. We're proud of his hard work at it too.
Well, listen, Ohio is a special place. Will always have a special place in my heart. Ireland and Ohio is a great collaboration. Maybe we'll come back in the future and do something together. But look, Patrick, I'd love you to come back and sing a tune or two for us in the future. Brian, thanks for introducing us to Patrick. And Patrick, thank you so much for your talent tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Thank you. We are going to go next. We're going to go back to California to our friends Hannah and Elliot, who are going to give us a tune in a second. And then we're going to go to New Jersey and we're going to settle in for the next 7 or 8 hours with stories from Tipperary, from Kappa White, and from Clonmel and from all kinds of places in Tipperary that no Corkman would dare venture into. But we're first going to go back to Hannah and Elliot. Here they are now.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm surprised and astounded by the music and the sounds we've had coming from all of our guests tonight. And I mean, what a privilege to have so much great music tonight.
Absolutely. I was just about to say, Jesus, like, how can I go after Patrick? That was beautiful. Absolutely stunning.
Yeah, that was his great voice.
Yeah, he has a great voice. His vibrato.
In the words of Mrs. Doyle and Father Ted, you have a lovely singing voice.
I got Elliot mad into Father Ted. We watched the Christmas
Whoa. I was into Father Ted before.
What I'm saying is that we're rinsing through it right now. Yeah. So it's been great.
Elliot, an important induction into the world of Ireland. And, you know, Hannah has introduced you to Ireland, but to be truly Irish, you must be able to pick up on somebody quoting Father Ted. And if you can't pick up on the quote, and not just pick up on it, but return a quote, to fight that quote, to challenge that quote with another Father Ted quote, you'll be slow to be accepted. And I'm sorry to say that, but you'll have to make sure your game is up on that front.
I could say they all laughed at me. Well, look at where I am now. To be like
yeah, that's fair. You know what? He quoted Father Ted, so we'll give him one. But you know.
Okay, you know,
a lot to learn still, Barry. A lot to learn.
I was quite nervous saying that. Wording wrong.
Well, let me challenge you then.
Oh no.
How do you get to Carnegie Hall?
Wait.
I know this. Oh my God, I actually don't even know this. I do know this.
Wait. Practice.
Yes! That was it! Practice.
What? Oh yes. Sorry, Dougal. Well, first you'd have to go to New York.
We often
all right, listen.
A little horse to like what is it?
My Lovely Horse. We sing that a lot during practice.
We love My Lovely Horse. That's a wonderful song.
Wonderful song. Yeah.
Look, if you want to play My Lovely Horse, we won't turn you down. Elliot, can you come a bit closer to us? Can you come in closer to the microphone? Would you mind?
I can, yeah. How's that?
Well, we both agree that the women in our lives are far better than either of us. I want you to come in and almost be an equal sound-wise in this case, and I think you coming closer makes that happen, which is great.
Yeah, I basically have this guitar pedal board by my feet, which is making it slightly more complicated than normal.
Yeah, he has this huge pedal board like this, so we just push it. There we go. That's
not
better.
even being used that much, really. It's just taking up space, but it's there nonetheless. But
I have no interest in the logistics of your playing. All I want to know is that
I'm sorry.
No, it's your job to figure out.
I do that. Sorry.
That's fine. No, you're great. Listen, okay, so you've been sitting in the background patiently, and I'll ask for maybe one or two maximum more tunes after this, but I'd love to know, you've been taking the timbre of the evening, the pulse, the tone, and now you've probably decided, okay, here's the song we need. What is it?
Oh, Christ.
Right. So actually, I don't know if you know this, Barry, but I released, Elliot helped me greatly throughout the entire process because he produced it. We released a song called Hollywood Stage Fright. It is a Christmas song that we released on December 1st, and it is available on all platforms, lovely human beings. So if you want to check it out, stream it on, it's literally everywhere. Well, I hope it is anyway.
Love it.
But we decided to release it. It's a bit of a jolly one, and yeah, we'd love to sing this for you. So yeah.
Take it away.
Fab.
All right, great. Here we go.
It's the time of the season, and everyone's got a reason to spend it with the ones they love. I've been out here looking, and it just ain't working to keep me satisfied. moonlight. Santa, won't you give me one more wish? I've been a real good girl all year. Just fill my stocking halfway up, and I can take the rest from here. Moonlight, Hollywood stage fright, but with you it feels right. Starting to feel like Christmas. Mistletoe, gotta hope that I'm feeling slow. Started fast, but we'll take it slow. Now that I know it's Christmas. I spent my whole life scrolling, sanity's unfolding. I've been on this shelf too long. Though my heart was icy, even holly and ivy, so I guess it's time to know. Santa, won't you give me one more wish? I've been a real good girl all year. So just bring my stocking halfway up, and I can take the rest from here. Moonlight, Hollywood stage fright, but with you it feels right. Starting to feel like Christmas. Mistletoe, gotta hope that I'm feeling slow. Started fast, but we'll take it slow. Now that I know it's Christmas. Mistletoe, gotta hope that our feelings grow. Started fast, but we'll take it slow. Now that I know it's Christmas. Moonlight, Hollywood stage fright, but with you it feels right. Starting to feel like Christmas. Mistletoe, gotta hope that our feelings grow. Started fast, but we'll take it slow. Now that I know it's Christmas. Oh, I can't hear you now.
That,
there you are.
Beautiful. That is so beautiful.
Oh,
so that's your own. That is your own rendition, your own creation.
Yeah,
yes.
Wrote that in here.
Wrote that in this very room.
In July.
Yes.
Amazing. I was out. And I was out walking yesterday, and I had my Spotify on, and suddenly a song popped up, and I thought, I know that singer, and it was the song "Scrolling," and it was your song.
Yay.
And it popped up on Spotify, and I thought, I know that girl, and I feel privileged to know a famous Spotify artist like Hannah Crowley.
That's so nice. That's so nice of you to say. I'm not famous, but I will definitely take that for sure.
We're working on it.
We're working on it. We're working on it. Yeah.
Will you come back to us and give us one or maximum two more tunes?
Oh, we'll give you as many tunes as you want, Barry. Absolutely.
Okay, 17 then.
We'll do it. Love to.
All right, we'll come back to you, Hannah and Elliot. Thanks so much for that. Great rendition. Thank you. I have changed out of my polyester turtleneck because I was going to sweat 50 pounds, and we're going to go instead now to New Jersey because I have a buddy in New Jersey, and he's great old crack. And I've never met him in person, but it doesn't matter because he's great old crack. And it's Mr. Kieran Quinn in New Jersey.
Barry.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you? I will put a disclaimer out there. I just hope Hannah cannot dunk a basketball because all her other talents I cannot match off against. That was incredible. That was absolutely incredible.
We're going to leave you to the dunking. You're the dunking man.
Yeah. So you changed. I like the wardrobe change. You like the lady in America's Got Talent. You know, where you put the sheet down over and like she comes out in 10 different dresses. You're like that lady.
They call me the Mariah Carey of Irish whiskey. I don't know if you know this.
Okay, let's move on to the next topic real quick there, Barry.
Listen, you've been on telling stories about faction fighting and milking cows because you have great big hens and all kinds of things on the lock-in. And I have to say, we barely straddle the line between fact and farcical on this lock-in, mostly due to your stories. Let's be honest.
They're all true, Barry, and they can all be backed up with hard facts, metrics, witnesses. Even if the witnesses are animals, we have them all.
Listen, you have great stories, and every time we've had a chat, like we met through. How did we meet? You reached out to me through Instagram one time. I think you were following me on Instagram, and you said,
"Yeah,
you seem like a fella that likes redbreast. I like redbreast. We'll have an old chat?" And we did. We had an old chat.
Yeah, if you don't mind me telling the audience kind of how that all arrived, I mean,
no, please.
I sell software for a living, right? And I sell to big banks, and COVID hit. And as you could imagine, no surprise to you, even though we haven't met, I'm a very social person, and I love doing lunches, dinners, and really getting to develop the real strong human relationships with people. And I was really challenged with COVID, right? Because of the restrictions and everything, and everyone was working from home, and I was trying to get really creative. And kind of my CEO challenged me. He's like, look, if anyone can come up with some sort of way to entertain people, it's you. And I literally went everywhere, right? I called my brother. I was like, would you even get on and tell stories? Because even if you think I tell stories, this guy would bring a nation to their knees. He's so funny. I tried everything, right? Liverpool legends, former athletes, and I stumbled upon you because, look, as you know, I was introduced to redbreast many years ago, and then I started following your lock-ins. I'm like, you know what? Let me call this fella from Cork. I've convinced Cork fellas to do a lot worse. All my friends from the North Mon and fellas I used to play basketball at the parochial hall, and I'm like, let me talk to him and see if he would do some, customer events, do an Irish whiskey tasting online. And I figured, listen, I knew after 3 minutes, you and I could bounce off each other in these events and make it a very traditional and sincere Irish event. And yeah, we talked, I think, in, was it April? Maybe April, May timeframe. And, since then, I've lost track of how many events we've done to engage customers. But, feedback has been phenomenal. We'll continue to do events because it's certainly not broken. I don't think it'll ever break. It'll only get better. And I've really enjoyed, obviously, our friendship. I don't meet many men online. You're the only one I've ever met online, Barry. And, I'm actually whatever. My parents told me not to talk to strangers or people online. But no, it's in all sincerity, it's been great. It's been deadly. It's been wonderful for my business. It's been wonderful for me personally, because the lock-in kind of has a personal thing for me as well. So, and look, it's been great to meet all these people online. I mean, I've gotten to meet people, Stacy and the dog, Magner there, actually, while we're going out the dimensions, we know what Magner's dimensions. I'm 78 inches at the head and 225, just in case people are asking. And
I'm not comparing it to a dog, like.
No, and I'll eat about 12 spuds a day. So there's plenty of spuds for me to be fed. But no, it's been great meeting all these people from all over the country. It's been wonderful, and I spent a lot of time. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, look, when I have many people who I have the privilege of getting to know through Irish whiskey, and I have to say that our friendship has been one of the highlights of 2020 for me, because we've done a lot of events together, but that's less important to me than the crack and the joy that we've had from just connecting. And I've enjoyed any time we've had a chat together. There's been stories, there's been a bit of crack, and it has been, honestly, all I want in my life is a bit of crack and a bit of time with spending with good people, and I've had all those things in our friendship, and so it's been great to develop that over 2020, and God knows what we'll do in 2021.
But the gas thing people don't realize, you've actually met my oldest brother, and you haven't even met me.
That's right. That's right, and that's a funny story too.
Tell the people that one.
We were when we went to Ireland last month or 2 months ago, and we got an Airbnb down in West Cork in Skibbereen. And sure enough, doesn't Kieran's older brother live in Skibbereen? And I get a text from Kieran saying, my older brother wants to give you some fish. And only in Ireland would that be the highest compliment you could possibly get. And I said, Jesus, I'll take his fish. I'll take his fish. And so sure enough, about an hour later, a knock on the door in West Cork, in Skibbereen, not even in Skibbereen, in Tragumna, 5 miles outside the town of Skibbereen, a knock on the door, and it's Kieran's older brother. And he's there with a bag full of fish. And he said, they came straight off the trawler, the fish boat this morning. He said, Jesus, they're practically moving. And we cooked them that night. And honest to God, I took a picture and shared with Kieran. And I remember looking at Melinda, and I said, this is life. Like, this is all, like, people spend their whole lives trying to get to a moment like this. A moment where somebody turns up on your doorstep with fresh fish that you met through another friend. That's it. That's all we crave in life. And we can go to all kinds of lengths to do all kinds of things to make money and try and achieve status. Yet that is it. That for me is life right there.
Yeah. No, it was a wonderful moment, and I think a lot of that comes from my upbringing. Right, my parents are very social people, very friendly people, and they always instilled in me and my brothers, my older brothers, and I think I've mentioned to you guys in the past, I grew up with a severely mentally handicapped brother who passed away, and it gives you a great sense of worth and really value and friendships, because in a moment all this can be taken away. And that's why these lock-ins have been tremendous, because it's bringing a global audience together for a shared love of Irish heritage, shared love of crack, and obviously a shared love of whiskey. And when you put all of them together and you blend them together, you get a product that's unmatched really on any platform, and it's brilliant. And I can only imagine 100%. What it'll be like when we actually get together live. Jesus, we'll tear the curtains off. The curtains will come off the place, Barry.
As long as we have the number of a priest and an attorney and an undertaker, will be grand, because those are the kind of things we'll need to have in place if we ever meet in person. And we've threatened such meeting, and it'll happen in 2021, I hope. But look, the fact that your brother turned up with a bag of fish is the ultimate, to me. It may be up there as the ultimate success of anything I've done in the world of Irish whiskey, is just knowing that it has manifested in a man turning up at my door with fish. Like, that's it. Like, it doesn't get much better than that. Like, that's it. You have you shared some great stories with us of faction fighting in Tipperary, and I said to you when you're coming on tonight, I said, look, all I'm asking of my guests is either a toast, a song, a story, and you said, Jesus, I might even share an old Christmas story with you. What have you got in your back pocket for tonight? You old Shanachie, you Irish storyteller, you.
Well, first off, in my glass, I think we're sharing the same thing tonight. As you know, our love for a very dark coloured, and I love the 30-year because that was my basketball number. So at least that's the excuse I'm using, and I'm sticking to it. One of the best I've ever had. So I'm going to give you two Christmas stories, and they're actually related to lock-ins, because Armshaw's Bar in Kappa White, the old brogue, has been in the family since the 1820s, right? It's a great place for a lock-in. I still don't think they found the keys, right, at the place. I think it was made with no hinges on it, that place. So I've an older. I'm the youngest of six boys, and I'm significantly bigger than all of them, right? And the next oldest brother to me, Brendan, born in St. Patrick's Day, Brendan Patrick Quinn. He's an addiction specialist in London. But he's the last man. Well, he's probably the first fellow you take on a lock-in, but he's definitely not the best influence on a lock-in. So it was actually a Christmas Eve lock-in, and it was a whole load of people that didn't have children because they weren't going home to do their bits and pieces. And there was a fundraiser at Armshaw's, and Brendan's a holy terror when he starts going, because the songs come out. He deals with a lot of celebrities and very successful musicians, and he tells stories that literally will have you in a heap on the floor. So we were at Armshaw's, the Redbreast was flying, right? The Powers was flying, the pints were flying. We were even serving our own pints at one stage. And about 3:30 it dawned on us, Jesus, will we go home? Because our parents, it was only myself and Brendan at the time, because our older brothers are married and gone, and it's just the two of us were at home. We weren't married, we were single at the time. And it was actually, funny enough, it's actually 20 years ago, because it was Christmas of 2000. And we're walking home anyway, and we're singing, on the way home, we're singing "Black is the Colour of My True Love's Hair," which is his party piece. And I was singing "The Green Fields of France," and I think we woke the whole village up. Kids thought Santa had arrived and everything. I'd say we tormented the whole place of Main Street on the way home. So we get home anyway, and in front of our house there's a fence and a gate. Now, I'd probably be the most athletic one of the family, but I don't usually like to test that after 17 pints of stout and a few small ones, I'll put it this way: we eventually get into the house, right? And of course, my parents don't drink; they frown upon us for a lot of reasons. Anyway, we wake up the next morning, because you have to get up no matter what you've drank. If you've drank Loch Erin dry, you have to go for mass in my house, right? So my father would be around at 10:30. He goes, "Man, up, mass." Man, a few words, but deeply religious. So I got up and I couldn't find my clothes, and my brother was looking for a sock, and he had my pair of jeans on, and they were hanging off him, and I had his pair of jeans on, and I looked like something out of a 70s punk rock band because they were stuck to me. Anyway, we go down to mass, and we sweated out in the back row and belting out listen to Father Furlong, or as we like to call him, Father Hourlong, because he just dragged the sermon out for days. Anyway, we're in the middle of mass. Next thing we hear the fire brigade. Woo, 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 woo. I'm like, Jesus, God, hope that's nothing serious. Before my mother went out the door, she turned on the oven with the turkey in it. Because, the turkey has to cook for 5-6 hours anyway, and you have to go to mass and clean the soul before you can eat turkey and stuff your face. We're going down anyway and have communion and hear all this, and Jesus, we're like, man, this is terrible. Anyway, Father Furlong hurries up mass because I think he wants to get involved with the bit of activity that's going on in Cavalry, because there hasn't been much since the faction fighting going on since 1899. Right? We're walking home. Where's the fire brigade? Outside our house. There's a bit of smoke billowing out of the kitchen window. Fireman comes out. My brother goes to me and goes, I have a funny feeling this might be your fault. And I was like, what do you mean? He goes, I'm not taking responsibility for this. I have a funny feeling this is your fault. Out comes a fireman. Big turkey, pair of jeans on the turkey, pair of Adidas sneakers under the turkey, and a Michael Jordan Bulls 23 t-shirt on the turkey. Little did I know, Brendan, being the scoundrel rascal that he is, before we went to bed that night, he said, Jesus, will we play one on the mother and father? Will we dress up the turkey? We've been threatening to do it for years. So I stripped down, took off everything, put the t-shirt on the turkey, put the jeans on the turkey, right, and put my brand new pair of Kobe Bryant Adidas sneakers on the turkey. So my mother goes to mass, has no idea, doesn't even look at the turkey because she spent all Saturday evening and Sunday morning taking care of the turkey. Turns it on to 4:50, out she goes with the rosary beads and bang out the prayers. The smell of rubber off that turkey because my basketball sneakers had melted inside. Anyway, that was the least of our problems. There was no damage, thank God. When you have to tell your mother that for Christmas dinner we're going to have rashers and sausages and Clonakilty black pudding, let me tell you, 20 years later, I can still see the look of disgust on my mother's face.
You're still paying for it. Still paying for it.
Saying grace before meals and their crinkled rashers on the fucking plate of beans. And my brother Brendan, I was doing a Peloton ride with him the other day because he's in London and I'm here, and he said, do you think we'll ever top the rashers and sausages for Christmas?
And you said, wait till we throw an old jersey onto the old Clonakilty black pudding, we'll see.
My mother still has not forgiven me for this, and I might be the little pet of the family, the youngest, but I tell you, she has not forgiven me to this day.
That's unreal. You can't interfere with the mammy's Christmas, and to step in and try and interrupt it, interfere with it, mess with it.
Oh no, it's her one day. Like it's about my mother. She's kind of like a bride on Christmas Day because she's the only woman in the house. But anyway, that was one story. That was when was that? That was Christmas of 2000. So we fast forward now 2 years, Christmas of 2002, right? My lovely wife, Jen, right? And I'll give you a little context here. This is important. She's a 6'1" redhead, right? Played Division 1 basketball and all that, and is thankfully still married to me to this day. And I'll tell you why. She was coming home to Ireland for her first visit. Now, she had been to Ireland a couple of times before, and she was in law school and she was wrapping up finals exams. And I said, I'm going to go ahead, just to get there ahead of time. And she was going to arrive on December 27th. I said, that'd be lovely. We'll have all the shenanigans over, at least most of them. And anyway, as you know, the day after Christmas Day is Stephen's Day, right? So myself and my brothers, we went out hunting the wren early, right? We put on all our, we had duffel coats and army jackets and wellies on, and we went out and we sang. And by the way, that's the only time I will sing, so don't coerce me into it here. We went out and got our money early. Now, we were older. We were 24, 25 at this stage. I was 23. And we go out anyway. We hunt the wren. And then who shows up? Only my Uncle Andy. And I've talked to you about my Uncle Andy, right? He's got a wonderful collection of redbreasts. He's the man who introduced us to redbreasts. He was an executive at a company in Dublin, never got married. Well, he took 4 trips up the altar, but he came down on his own. And just treats me and my brothers like he's baby brothers. Uncle Andy arrives on from Dublin. What's he have? 4 bottles of redbreast, large bottles of Smithwick's, which is his usual fare. And he said, lads, will we go play 45 for the day? And if you've been to Tipperary, the game of 45, the card game of 45 is very as it is in Kerry and rural Cork. Which, which means one thing: we're going on a session, lads, and you have my permission. This is grand. Off we go, and I'm going out the door. My father grabs me, and as I said before, my father hates alcohol. He never drank. He's got some personal history in his family, reason why he took the pledge, all that. But as good a soul as you'll ever meet. And he says to me, he goes, "Isn't your girlfriend arriving tomorrow?" I said, "She is." He said, "Well, you're not driving to the airport. I am." And I'm going, "Oh, Jesus. We might as well leave now, because going at 25 miles an hour from Cape to Shannon, 52 miles, I mean, good God. I mean, the International Space Station will have gone around the Earth 3 times by the time we get there." And he said, "It's your job to take care of that, and I'll drive you whenever. You have to take care of it, set the alarm clock." Like, he's a fierce man for time. I said, "Granddad, don't worry." Right. Off to the pub we go at 4 o'clock. Of course, Uncle Andy is lashing the redbreast into us, robbing us all blind cards, right? And we're on a crawl. Where do we stop? Armshots. Andy has known these people forever. Of course, what happens? Lock-in. Stephen's Day, we get there when the second round of music had started. Murty Quinlan started off and he spoons, and he played all sorts of songs and spoons. Lads came in on bowrons. Fellas were playing off saucepans, real old Irish music. Like, fellas, they're just gifted. Tin whistles were flying. And we were there till 4 o'clock in the morning. Wobbled home. Everyone's fine. Of course, what we have to do the next day, get up and go to Mass. Father comes in with the hurley, gives us all that baiting on the arse. Right, lads, up, Mass, come on. Religion first, right? So we all, quiet as ghosts, go down to Mass. 11 o'clock Mass now, mind you, because it was a Sunday morning again. We go to Mass. And my father would always leave Mass early, because he'd have to talk to a few farmers, and he'd get the newspaper, the Sunday World, and he'd run up home, because he'd have to listen to the wireless, the radio for the vets. He'd have to see how many funerals he'd have to attend to that week. So he'd do it without the clutter in the house. 11, I get in at about 11:45, and he says to me, he says, "What time is your one arriving in Shannon?" And if you know anything about the time that flights arrive in Shannon from New York, it's usually around 6:25 a.m.
Yeah.
Needless to say, I had left poor Jen at the airport at this stage for about 5.5 hours, maybe 6 hours at this stage. My mother hit me across the back of the head with a wet dishcloth. And she goes, "You're an awful yoke altogether. Will you get to the airport?" And that poor girl, she's probably on a plane back to America, and as the right serves you so. So I'm just panicking now, trying to ring Shannon. This is 2002. There's no mobile phones. There's nothing. I tried to get through to Shannon Airport. Is there a distraught 6-foot redhead pacing up and down the hallways? No. I called every car rental company. I called Hertz. I ended up getting the guy from 6 car rentals. I said, "Look, do me a favor. Would you walk up?" And it's a small, if anyone's been to Shannon, the arrivals area is tiny. I said, "Look, is there a girl there named Jen? 6'1" redhead. Probably in tears at this stage. Can you just let her know that the bus has left Kappa White and it'll be there shortly?" My father is not a man of many words, but I never got swore at so much in all my life. I've been married to your mother for 47 years. I was never a minute late. Not a good way to be starting a relationship. Jesus, you better be on your best behavior for the next 2 weeks.
You're representing the family, like.
I walk into Shannon Airport. And of course, who's with me? Only my brother Brendan, because he's like moral support, although he's the absolute worst moral support. He's walking in to help kind of neutralize the situation using his psychiatric background. We walk into the door and he goes, "I'm leaving you here. You're going in to get your 8 on your own, and don't come out." And she's smiling. I walk in. I look at her. She's crying. And she says to me, she goes, "Look, I know you're late. I know you're out with Uncle Andy. But for fuck's sake, don't be late when I arrive into America." And that was the story. I arrived home in Kappa White. There wasn't a word said in the car. My mother didn't talk to me for 3 days. And I am still married to that same woman, lovely woman, 3 kids later, 2 dogs.
You let the family down. There's nothing worse in Ireland than letting the mother down. And showing up the mother by your tardiness and your inability to commit to a time. You've let the family down, you've let the mother down, and that's stuff that'll never be forgiven.
Now, I tried to sell it off that, you're coming into the home of Mrs. Quinn, who's very protective of her 6 young boys. And I said, I tried to dilute that situation by putting all the focus on me and not on you. And she goes, not buying that one. She goes, I've listened to a lot of stuff in court. She goes, that one's not passing. I'm sorry.
The good news is you're married. You've got children, beautiful children, and you have a lovely marriage. And despite your early shortcomings, you've managed to pick up the slack somehow along the way. And geez, aren't we lucky as Irishmen to have lovely American wives?
Steeped in luck, Barry. Steeped in luck.
I remember I was speaking of wives. I remember my bachelor party before I got married. It was down in New Orleans, and a bunch of us went down to New Orleans. There was probably 10 of us, great men now. This was a great trip out of Ohio down to New Orleans. And these were men that were well used to the owl triangle, because I had baited into them left, right, and center. Every chance I'd get, I'd bait the owl triangle into them. And we're walking through the streets of New Orleans, and we're going through some side streets, and there's 10 of us walking, a bit like Reservoir Dogs. We were walking through the streets. And I start anyway. I'm like, hungry feeling. And then another lad picks it up. He's like, came o'er me stealing. And before you know it, there's 10 of us singing the owl triangle, walking through the back streets of New Orleans. Anyway, as we're walking through these back streets, in New Orleans, these beautiful old homes that have these wonderful balconies on the second floor and these wonderful ornate designs. And sure enough, doesn't the head stick its way over the balcony? And it sees us singing. And it's a fellow with a big mop of white hair in him. And he hears us singing the old triangle. And he starts waving. And I'm looking up and I'm seeing your man waving. And I wave back at him and go, how are you getting on? And he says, are you from Ireland? And I went, well, I am. The lad's here from Ohio. And he goes, I'm from Ireland. Go way out of that. He goes, I love that song. And he's shouting at me from the balcony up anyway on the second floor of a side street in New Orleans. And I said, Jesus, it's a great old song. Oh, Jesus, it is, he says. And he goes, where are you from? I said, well, I'm from Cork. I'm living in Ohio. And I said, where are you from? He goes, well, I'm from Tipperary. I was like, go way out of that. And I said, and are you living here in New Orleans? He goes, no. I'm living in Mississippi. And I said, well, what are you doing in Mississippi? And he goes, paying for my sins.
I can only imagine.
Honestly, honest to God. Listen to me. You're one of these storytellers that we could go on all night in a typical lock-in. Like we'd be going till 4 o'clock in the morning, and then we'd be milking cows straight after. But you won't sing, but you brought great stories. Have you a toast at all that you like to use and you like to raise a glass to?
I don't. It's funny, I don't. But what I will say that, take all the shite of 2020 and park it. And I'm going to take a lot of joy out of all the people we've met in this group. Yourself, Barry, obviously leading one of the most wonderful communities I've been involved with. You see people like Gillian on there, which Gillian, I was at Caseman's Bar the first week it opened because I go to San Fran every month, and I can't wait to go back there. I've made friends with, Brian Redden and MP and Brian Riley and Rick and Stacey and all these people I probably would never run into, truth be told, right? Unless they were in basketball circles, truth be told. But I just say a toast to this community, keep it growing, stay happy, stay positive, and here's to a great 2021. Sláinte go léir.
Sláinte, Kieran. Thank you so much for your friendship and your participation, and we're richer for your involvement. So Sláinte. We'll talk to you again soon, Kieran. Thanks a million.
Good night, everybody. Happy Christmas. Bye-bye.
Happy Christmas to you. Are there any words? We're going to go back to California before we then go to Colorado. But we're going to first take a little stop off back in the virtual home of Caseman's Bar, because Gillian reached out and said, we have another old song here maybe in the house that we'd want to share with you. So we're going to go back to Caseman's Bar now. We're going to bring in Gillian and Sierra. We're going to unmute them. How are you getting on?
Hiya. Hi, good. We're sipping away on some whiskey still. We decided to put the very expensive stuff away, but we're having a drop of Whistler. The next door neighbor at home, the Coonies, make that.
Lovely.
The Calvados finish. It's lovely. Sierra's Getting some Dutch courage up to give you an old song.
Can I just say that Jillian literally looked up at me and was like, "Oh, by the way, you're going to sing a song." I had no idea. So
I like that we've gone from Sierra being off camera, just saying hi, to suddenly being the star of the show. This is what a lock-in is all about.
That's just called whiskey.
That's called whiskey. That's fair.
Or I guess so. But,
Sierra, what have you got for us here? What are you going to sing for us?
I plan on hopefully not butchering "What a Wonderful World," Louis Armstrong.
I love it.
I feel like
Amazing.
right now it's a perfect song for some hope for 2021 and some happy news. My first cousin just got her vaccine yesterday, so it's a bit more hopeful knowing someone even in my family to get it, and it seems more real, just knowing people getting it. So
we'll drink to that.
21 hopes to better times and being able to frolic and love on each other and hug each other and sing together in the bar again. So
I love it. I love it.
This
Well,
one-
we're at your mercy.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue, clouds of white, bright blessed days and dark sacred nights, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in disguise, are also on the faces of people passing by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? What they're really saying is, I love you. And if you know the words, sing along at home with me. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll know much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Oh, yeah. Phew! Sláinte. Are you talking there? I can't hear you, Barry.
I'm on mute. There I am. Wow, knocking it out of the park. That was unreal from somebody who didn't even know this was taking place an hour ago to suddenly leading the charge with a guitar. That's impressive.
Thank you.
That's impressive. Wow. Jillian with the great guests. I mean, Jillian, you're hooking us up here. That was amazing.
1, 2, Barry, boo boo.
Boom, boom, pew, pew. You're doing it. You're doing. I mean, I feel like there's a duet in your future if you could muster the strength. Like, not a hope. Not a hope.
She's learning the parting glass. Mm-hmm. So maybe the next time we'll have that one ready.
All right, we'll see you in 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, it's slightly annoying to to live with somebody who just picks up a guitar or a ukulele or a violin or a piano and is like, I'll figure it out, and then they do.
Yeah, really. Yeah, that's the worst. Sierra, like you're the worst type of talent that makes us all feel terrible about our own inabilities and lack of talents. Yeah, it's the worst thing.
Doing my best.
Listen, we have been privileged to have participation from San Francisco, and I wish we had in-person participation, and we'll make that happen, won't we? In 2021, like we got to do it. We have to have sessions like where nothing is planned, but we've no plans tomorrow, and who knows what will happen? You know, that kind of way. Like we want those kind of sessions.
Kieran's story. It's so funny. Actually, reminded me the lock-in of. I believe it was the lock-in of 99 or not, no, maybe a bit more, 96 or 95. My father, I'm sure lots of people can relate to this. My father didn't come home until 2 o'clock in the morning and then had to assemble all the toys. So I'm sure that's a story that a lot of people have. And I was awoken not by Santa, but unfortunately by my father doing his damnedest to de-I-don't my Christmas gifts.
I feel like there's a storytelling / singing session that could come out of San Francisco just from your household, and us here at Stories and Sips would be delighted to facilitate a little offshoot, almost like you got your own series that comes out of the lock-in, you know, like suddenly you were the stars. So now we create our own offshoot just for you guys.
Only if we can do one episode where it's streets of San Francisco and we jump in the back of Ralph's cab again.
Oh my God, we got to do that. Like where we put the cameras on, or we live stream 100 mile an hour over the hills of San Francisco with a red breast in our hands. That's what we got to do.
Oh, brilliant.
You know, I must say, being from San Francisco, there's all these weird, crazy stories you see on these steep hills of like what happens to people. But my favorite was one day, it was the hill over on Mission, the one that's going up 25th. A truck got stuck pivoting on top of this hill because it was so steep and couldn't get over on the other side. So this truck's just pivoting back and forth.
It's terrifying.
And I guess the word of 2020 is pivot, so I think it's funny. But
Gillian loves that word. She's a big fan of the word pivot, as we've learned tonight.
Yeah, it's 2019 was synergy and 2020 was pivot.
Gillian, do you deliver outside of San Francisco in California, or is it just San Francisco?
Yeah, per ABC regulations, a bona fide meal is served with every delivery. I just wanted to get that in there. And we delivered on the 10th and the 17th. We made wonderful Irish connections down in San Jose, and then up in Marin. And so we were just kind of doing the Bay Area, the 10th and the 17th. But I think until the holidays, until the new year, we'll just be doing in San Francisco. But then we're working on some licensing stuff for maybe trying to figure out a way to do it for 2021.
Well, hopefully we can help you out. And if we can be of any support in San Diego, we'd love to help you out. And then we're also, I mean, I've talked to Donna and Melinda, and we've said we're going to make a trip north up to San Francisco, maybe in January if the world is opened up.
Yeah.
But look, once it's safe to do so, I see massive session in our future, and Sierra's going to be on the guitar, and we're going to have a great old session. She's like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. But we'll have a great old time, and I'll bring good whiskey.
Definitely.
Listen.
Yeah, I have to bring a bottle of the Stories and Sips whiskey. I'll have to try it. I'm excited.
We might put a drop behind the bar encasements as well.
Yeah, that sounds great. There you go.
Okay. Listen, you've been a legend. Sierra, thanks for joining us. Gillian, thanks a million. Happy Christmas to both of you. And hopefully I'll meet you both in January. Sláinte.
Cheers. I'll drink straight out of the bottle now. Sláinte.
Fair play to you. Sláinte. Amazing. Legends there now in San Francisco. This lock-in keeps getting better and better and better. We are going to go in 2 minutes to we're going to go to Colorado, to Talnua Distillery, the only American distillery we'll ever feature on the lock-in, because they are inspired by Ireland, and we're delighted by their inspiration. So let me look at the comments to make sure we've answered all your questions. Johnny McAnally says the story is phenomenal.
Thank you so much, Johnny. We released our own whiskey this week, the Story. I'm going to put it up here. Story Irish Whiskey. For anybody who wants to come on and sing a song, and that excludes Hannah and Elliot, who are like, hey, we want some glassware. If anybody wants a 4-pack, this is a $75 value of 4 Stories and Sips glasses and coasters and pipettes and all kinds of nice things. If you want to come on and sing a song, you're running out of time, but all I'd say is that we will feature you. If you want to sing a song, put in the comments that you want to come on and sing a song, and I'll message you the link to join us. You must come on and sing a song live, and in return, we will gift you a wonderful sip box from Stories and Sips. And we've had many guests who've come on tonight and sang a song, and they're now messaging me saying, where's my box? I thought we were going to get a box. Sure, didn't I come on and sing a song? Go out of that. Listen, if you're a regular drinker of Irish whiskey and you want to win a box of glassware, Stories and Sips glassware, we'd love to give it to you, but you must come on and sing a song. It's as simple as that. All right, so let us now ask our friends in Talnua, Megan and Patrick, to make sure they're unmuted. There they are. Let me unmute them. All right, unmute yourselves. Pat and Megan, we are bringing you guys on.
Hey,
Colorado
Barry.
in the house. Welcome.
We're happy to be here.
Thanks for having us.
The
We're excited to be
second
back.
time an American distillery is featured, and the same distillery that has featured 2 times. I am looking in the background there, and forgive me from looking beyond your beautiful faces, to look at pot stills that are there in the distillery that were not there before.
It's a little bit different than when the last time you stopped in.
Barry,
What
so
have we got here?
before we mention that, like the biggest news that we have since the last time that you talked to us is that we got a distillery cat.
So our kitten Bo, we decided since we had an Irish dog on, we decided we'd bring a distillery cat on for the evening, just to put a topper on the tree.
Okay.
And his name
amazing.
is Bo,
So,
and
Bo-
it's Gaelic for cow because he's black and white.
And they found him in an abandoned dairy barn, and so he was in a litter that was an abandoned litter. So since he has dairy cow markings, we've named him Bo.
a Hollywood director would throw this script out as being too fanciful, and yet here we have it.
We have all these new pot stills, and we're talking about our cat.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm a big cat person. I'll be quite honest, and I'll talk about cats all day long. So, may I request another viewing of said cat, please? If you wouldn't mind showing us Bo again.
Yeah.
He's sleepy. He is currently at 0 mice. It's pretty tragic.
Wow. I tell you what, every distillery needs a cat. The Jameson distillery in Dublin famously had a cat on its payroll, and its job was to capture the mice. And I feel like you're taking this Irish story to heart. You're going for it 100% here,
It's
aren't
in
you?
here. It's just in here.
We did learn that we can write off like his food and vet bills too because he is working.
As long as
wanna
he's
be
on
your-
payroll, he'll be on the next payroll protection plan as well.
This is impressive. Only in the whiskey world can we write off a cat? This is pretty impressive. So since we've last had you on, the distillery itself has changed dramatically, has morphed. And for our audience that maybe are not familiar with the Talnua distillery in Colorado, would you be so nice to explain who you are, what you're doing, and then talk about what has happened since we last saw you?
Absolutely. So we are dedicated fully to the creation and the revival, really the hope that people will fall back in love in the same way that they were in 1900 with pot still whiskey, and being part of the revival here out in Colorado, which is America's barley country. We grow most of the nation's barley here, and so we're really bringing this heritage tradition of Irish whiskey making, but with an all-American terroir. So imbuing that with the taste and the flavors of American barley, our high altitude aging, which is something unique here. Our joke at the distillery is, of course, we're closer to the angels here, so they take a higher share. So we have a very unique aging process. And then our Colorado water, which is something world-renowned, especially from Alvarado Springs, where we get most of our water. So we're really bringing in these traditional whiskey making, triple distilling. You can see here, actually, we decided this evening that you were going to be the release of the names of our pot stills. So the first time that anybody's heard the names of our 3 pot stills, and the story behind that, I will tell you as well if you're ready for it.
I'm amazed and inspired and very humbled at the thought that we might get to hear the thoughts of these pot stills. Megan, what has it meant to take to transform this distillery into a 3 pot still distillery?
Yeah, it's been terrifying during these times. It's kind of like I tell people that we kind of put everything on black and we're going for it. So it's also very exciting. We've brought on 2 new full-time team members as well since we last spoke to you. So that's been exciting as well. So just moving forward, trudging forward.
It is unrecognizable for sure from the last time you were in here with our handmade pot still that we were doing our triple distillation on that 1 pot still, and now we have 3 purpose-built stills that showed up literally 2 weeks ago. So I just hopped off the scissor lift. I have my safety goggles on. We were just up running copper pipe with our business partner Robert, who is a master of all trades. Really ran all of our copper piping for our condenser line. So we got all new fermentation, all new stills, all new production tanks. It's really been an exciting few weeks. So we're running on a lot of whiskey and a little sleep.
Give us a quick look at these 3 stills. Pivot the camera around if you can, just to show us these 3 gleaming stills. I know it's a big ask.
See, it's also a construction site. So our bit of Christmas here as well as our poinsettia.
Wow, look at these.
As you can see, but behind me are 3 pot stills right behind me, and you can see.
Oh, look at that.
We're here, and I'll move around a little bit because we also have our gin still behind us.
This is amazing.
Which used to be here in the back. She's still not hooked up, so we'll hook all this up to steam. So you can see we're going to be redoing all of our steam lines here, rehung our American flag. We're really excited because you can see in the back here our where is it? I'm not great at this. Our spirit safe back there. So it's really beautiful. They're nice and shiny. So I can't wait to start distilling and get a beautiful patina on these fine still. Very happy with.
You must be so proud of. I mean, look, you've already broken ground and made history in what you were doing so far before you had these 3 copper pot stills, and now you brought these wonderful stills in. You've transformed the distillery. I mean, where do you go from here? I mean, this is an incredible advancement from where you were. I feel like there's a big portion of America is waiting for access to your whiskey. So how do you go from these 3 pot stills to eventually more people getting access to American single pot still?
I think the biggest thing, this is, we talk about things in phases and chapters oftentimes, but the first chapter, the first experience that you entered into a few months ago was really what I would consider the prologue to this. The proof of concept is, can we do this? Can we make it? I mean, making whiskey tests the mettle of even, I think, the greatest producers, and there's a lot of fear and a lot of anxiety about, will people like it? Will people love the story like we do? Will people love pot still whiskey like we do? And so this production increase is what is meant to then start to bring it to the wider world. I mean, we need these because that 1 pot still, she could only do so much. As thankful as we were for her, we outgrew her, and this is now finally the equipment that we will be able to produce enough. Of course, it's only 2 to 5 short years away from being in your hands, of course. But 2020 flew by, so that should be it'll be before we know it. It'll be in hands.
And
I don't know. Go ahead, Megan.
Well, if you're looking for jams of it in Ireland, you're in Ireland right now. You know, our friends John Daly and Matt Healy might have their hands on some bottles, so you might need to schmooze them.
They would love for a knock on their door.
I have no doubt, and I know, I've given some. Actually, when I went back to Ireland in November, I brought some Talnua with me to give to some real whiskey heads in Ireland, so they could taste some American single pot still, and the response was very good. And I'll be quite honest, I don't know if I'm more excited by 3 new copper pot stills or the fact that there's a distillery cat. I can't tell if I'm more excited about one or the other.
Distillery dog just jumped
Yeah,
up
we
too,
have we have our distillery dog as well. Her name's June, our Labrador.
This is like a menagerie of distillery animals.
We're constantly surrounded by animals.
Purely the point of why we started a distillery was so that we could have our animals with us.
Yeah. We enjoyed our visit to Colorado so much, and to Denver, and to visiting Talnua, and we're very sad that we didn't get to see you at the time, but we'll come back and see you again. But we picked up a couple of bottles when we were there. Here's the Talnua. This is the American single pot still quarter cask, which is a homage to Ireland. It's tough to see it here in the light, but an homage to Ireland. And we've enjoyed putting this into old fashions, because you made the best old fashioned when we were in just outside Denver visiting you, and it was just so good. So we've made old fashions ever since. I'm curious to know, what are the plans for 2021? You've got a cat, you've got 3 new copper pot stills. What happens next?
Man,
Talk about continuum.
I was gonna say, yeah. So our next release, so quarter cask, is actually going away, but it's being replaced by continuum cask. It's growing up. So we have switched quarter cask into a Solera project, in which we have a wooden fooder that we purchased months ago. It actually arrived the week after you left. It arrived. And so we have been putting whiskey. So as it hits that 2-year whiskey, which is a straight American whiskey designation, right? Aged in virgin American white oak, aged for a minimum of 2 years. That will be then put into a Solera vat, a wooden cask from Missouri made out of brand new American white oak, that we will then Solera batches into. So we'll take batches out to bottle, and then we will refill that with new casks that just hit 2 years old. So it'll continuum is that it never gets fully emptied. It's constantly Solera. And quarter cask is going away because we're actually graduating out now of those smaller casks. So we're moving to a purely 53-gallon and larger stock of barrels. And so that is going to be the next kind of thing on the horizon. That is actually released next week. We are waiting on labels because the Tax and Trade Bureau, being as wonderful as they are, took their sweet time. So our wonderful printing company is rushing to do what they can to make sure that those labels are in hand. We think it will be bottled on Christmas Eve, so we'll release it on Christmas Day. We've kind of started a tradition since we started this, we haven't been able to be with family on Christmas Day.
I think a lot of them are on. So hi family,
hi family,
love you.
So we've started a tradition of being open on Christmas Day, and Megan is such a wonderful host, and so we get to kind of celebrate with maybe what you would call an orphan Christmas for those of us who are far from home, which seems to be a lot of us this year.
Perhaps even with Julie, who just posted. Hello, Julie.
And you have a great Colorado community in our group as well that love Talnua for good reason. So the Solera system. So for those of our audience that aren't familiar with this system of maturation, it's a sherry-inspired system. So the Solera system is where sherry wines are matured. So it's like a pyramid, maybe 3 layers of different crianzas, and you've got at the lowest level, you've got the oldest sherry, and then the level above is a little bit younger, and the level at the top is the youngest sherry of all. And you bottle the sherry that comes from the lowest level, that bottom layer,
that bottom layer. And as you make new wine, you add it to the top. So you've got this continuous fractional maturation that's taking place in the world of sherry. So you've got this constant mix of old and new that eventually finds its way into the bottle. So that is a new thing that's been experimented with in the world of whiskey, and it's a very ambitious project, isn't it?
It is, and it's something fun to do to make quarter cask its unique thing, because what we have now coming out is our 3-year line. So we have our next Old Saints Keep, which will be released on St. Patrick's Day weekend. So it's always just like most of the parades here in the United States, they're always the weekend before, usually the Saturday before St. Patrick's Day, which falls on a Wednesday in 2021. So on Saturday, we will have our Old Saints Keep whiskey, which we will reveal that when we actually know what it is. The beauty of Old Saints Keep is we wait to blend all of those casks together in September. So we'll lay all the available casks out for that, and then we'll actually build what that whiskey will be. So we won't even know ourselves until September. Sorry, February. Did I say that twice?
Yeah, you said it twice.
Twice, not September, February, right before March. Then we will have our Founders Reserve, which is our first 3-year-old single barrel. It will be very limited here in Colorado at 90 proof. We'll likely get about 220 bottles of that. So it'll be the first full-size cask ever filled at the distillery. And that will be our Founders Reserve. The day after it turns 3 years old, it will be in a bottle as a single cask, and it's tasting amazing. I'm incredibly excited about that. Then we have in April our Virgin Oak 3-year, which is all aged in char 2 Virgin American White Oak, and then an experimental series that comes out in April as well called Cask and Stave, where we take different staves from different types of oak, different chars of American oak, Spanish and French oak, and we actually put those into ex-bourbon barrels and age whiskey with different experimental stave projects. So we'll have that coming out as well. And so that will be our 3-year line. So it's going to be a busy 2021 for us, for sure.
Like I said, we put everything on black.
Yep. It's all pot still whiskey.
That's impressive. I mean, what a plan for 2021. And I like that you're not letting the state of the world in any way hold you back, and you're just finding ways to just keep going ahead. That's pretty amazing. Megan, would you like the honor of naming and sharing with us the names of your lovely stills that you've got there in the distillery tonight?
I'm really sorry. To be honest, I'm going to have to pass that one to Patrick because they're in Gaelic. So. And he's the history buff and can tell you all of the history. Sometimes I just have to smile and nod.
So I will take it. This is something that we thought long and hard about, because it's not every day that you get new pot stills. And we have decided to go with, and I guess I have decided to go with the 3 names from Celtic and Norse mythology that were the Norns, or the sisters of the fates that wove the fates of all mankind. So the 3 sisters that were responsible for the destinies of men. So Earth, Verthandi, and Skald are their names. Earth meaning the past, Verthandi meaning the present, and Skald meaning the future. So they, just like in mythology, as they weaved the fates of mankind, these 3 pot stills will weave the future of Talnua. So we thought that fitting names to kind of impart on these 3 pot stills, and we're very proud of them. And now we just have to teach everybody else what they are and how to spell those.
As if we didn't have enough education hurdle, with pot
right?
stills.
I know. Well, look, I mean, I think there are many Irish people that would love to come and visit and would be happy to recite in Gaelic and Irish the names of these pot stills. So I would say congratulations on what's been an amazing year for you all, despite everything that's taken place. And I've not heard a more ambitious plan for 2021 yet, except for yourselves. So I'm excited. And I'm looking forward to coming back to Denver and sampling some of your new spirits, and put some of that stuff aside there in case I make a visit. An old drop, just a drop. I don't need a full bottle, just a little drop, so I can taste it.
I have an inkling it might find its way to you.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Would you have a little toast to see yourselves out tonight? Is there a toast, an Irish toast or a Colorado toast you like?
I actually wrote kind of a Christmas toast, befitting of the Christmas special lock-in.
So I wrote one last time for you, and now I guess it's Patrick's turn to write one for you.
I love it. All right, glasses up. To Christmases past, may they always bear fond memories. To Christmas present, may it be full of pot still whiskeys. And to Christmases future, may you share them in good company. Sláinte.
Sláinte. Patrick and Megan, we've delighted in getting to know you and getting to know Talnua Distillery, and you will forever be the only Irish whiskey distillery we feature on the lock-in because of your love for single pot still whiskey. And if ever you see us even mentioning another American distillery, you have the right to reach out and call us out and say, how dare you mention another whiskey distillery that is in America. So you have a unique place in our hearts, and we're very grateful to know that you exist and to know the great whiskey you're making, and we enjoy your whiskey. So sláinte.
That means so much to us. Before you leave, I just want to tell you how much your community has meant to us in creating. We've got these little sub-communities, right, within our two communities, and we love, in fact, Rick and Julie were in the other day at the same time and got talking about Stories and Sips and Barry Chandler, and we get down a path, and so we just want to extend our gratitude to you as well, Barry.
Cheers. Thank you so much.
Sláinte, Patrick and Megan. Thank you so much for being part of this, and look, the pot still story, I love that it's a global story now, and I'm excited to see what you guys do, and looking forward to visiting. And look, maybe we'll do a lock-in live from Talnua in the future. We'll aim for that, won't we?
I can't wait for it.
Only if you bring the cats and the dogs. If not, forget about it.
Of course.
Sláinte. See you soon. Thanks, Patrick. Thanks, Megan. Thanks so much. Aren't we so lucky to have such nice friends across the world of Irish whiskey? We have been going now for 3 hours and 42 minutes, and we show no signs of slowing down. And I see Hannah getting a quick sip of whiskey there in the background because she's dying to sing another song. Hannah and Elliot, come on back into us there. Are you ready for an old tune? Let's take her off mute there now. Make sure she's unmuted. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry about that.
We can't have it mute.
I'm very.
Hannah.
We're ready. Yes.
We are very ready, Barry. Sorry, we were muted there for a second. Yeah, we're thinking about it, and I don't know if anyone knows the old Irish rock band, a Tin Lizzy. So no Tin Lizzy, no? Do you know Tin?
There might be one or two that know about Tin Lizzy. Yeah, Tin. Yeah, there might be a few that are familiar.
Yeah, this is a pretty well-known song, and it's called "Dancing in the Moonlight." So I hope everyone enjoys this one. It's a good old cracker. And then afterwards, we can think of doing a little drinking song because everyone's had a couple of. Oh, Belle's had a good one, Hannah. Don't worry, Scott. We will absolutely.
Hannah's got this. I have full confidence in Hannah here. Like we live for these moments of, let's be honest, Hannah just belting one out, just like screaming it. We love it.
Okay, we'll give this a bit of a scream, will we?
Sure.
Yeah, grand. Yeah, we're up.
Give it some welly.
Fantastic.
Right.
This is called Dancing in the Moonlight.
Go for it.
When I passed you in the doorway, well, you took me with a glance. I should have took that last bus home, but I asked you for a dance. Now we go steady to the pictures. I always get chocolate stains on my pants. Oh, my father's going crazy. He said I'm living in a trance, but I'm dancing in the moonlight. It's got me in the spotlight. Alright, dancing in the moonlight on this cold, hot summer night. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm on the streets again. I disobeyed another warning. I should have been in by 10. Oh, I won't get out until someday. I have to say I save a friend. Oh, but it's happened with 4 men. If it means it justify the end, but I'm dancing in the moonlight. It's got me in the spotlight. Alright, dancing in the moonlight on this long, hot summer night. You Elliot. And I'm on my own. Last bus is long gone, yeah. But I'm dancing in the moonlight. But I'm dancing in the moonlight. And what you got me feeling, got me feeling, got me feeling, yeah. And I'm dancing in the it's got me in the spotlight. Alright, dancing in the moonlight on this long, hot summer night.
Yes. Oh my God, that's amazing.
Thank you. That was a bit of Tin Lizzy. If anyone knows Tin Lizzy, they're great bands. Great Irish.
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. I just have to share that. Like when I hear you both play, and when you just reach those notes of there's just an exuberance, an exhilaration, there's just a joy when you're reaching these top notes, these deep notes, these just going for it notes. It's just, like that. If we just got that once in a lock-in, we'd just be privileged, and we get it multiple times. It's just an amazing thing.
Oh, you're so kind, Barry. You're such a lovely.
No, it's just a privilege. Like we're so privileged that we're like, Hannah, when you go for it there, like you probably take it for granted, but you just dig deep. You're like, roar. It's just, there's a roar of just passion. It's just, and it's not unbridled. It's like, it's contained in this wonderful package way of song, music. Oh, it's just lovely. And we're just so privileged, so privileged.
Oh, I really appreciate that. So unbelievably nice to hear. Honestly, I really, really appreciate that. So lovely. We'll sing another one if you want, or if you.
We would absolutely love that. No, listen, we have we started tonight with probably 15, 16 people living in the background of our show here, waiting to come on. Over the course of the night, we've had amazing guests. This has been the lock-in to beat all lock-ins. We've never had a lock-in like this, and the aim every week is to go from strength to strength. It's the last one of the year. I don't know how we're going to beat it. But before you give your last song, I want to acknowledge that we ourselves released our own whiskey this week, which was the Story Irish whiskey. And we are just thrilled that we got our own whiskey out into the market. It's called The Story from Stories and Sips. It's a very limited release. We sold out 600 bottles in under 4 hours, and we're really excited that it got into people's hands. Hannah and Elliot, I'll get a sample of this up to you guys because I want you to try it.
We would be so unbelievably delighted. Thank you so much. That'd be incredible. It looks so.
No, we'll get this to you.
The bottle in itself is so cool and hip. Look
at that wonderful label, that angled label.
Yesterday.
Very now. Very now.
Very now. Yeah. Not only will I get a sample of this up to you, but because nobody has stepped forward and offered to sing a song tonight, all I can say is that our box of glassware is going to Hannah and Elliot.
Oh
my God! You guys are getting our whiskey.
You gave them every. You gave them every.
Oh my God. Barry, you've made our night, our lives.
Our Christmas.
Our lives. Yeah. You're getting our Stories and Sips glassware. Let me see if you can see the hair. Yeah, you'll get our Stories and Sips glasses.
Oh my God, look at it. It's so pretty.
Wow. So
nice. Our Stories and Sips whiskey. It's all coming up to Hannah and Elliot. Woo! Okay, so that's for you
my
guys.
God,
That's very exciting. Thank you very much.
I'm so happy. Thank you so much, Barry. That is the best
No, that's
Christmas
fine.
present ever. I'm so happy.
Shoot me over your address and we'll get that up to you. But look, this has been a wonderful collaboration with County Clare and JJ Corrie, our wonderful friends, Louise, a woman-run business, a woman-owned business in County Clare that we are so proud to work with. Louise McGuan and her team at JJ Corrie helped us put this release together. And so whether it's before Hannah and Elliot's next song or afterwards, I'm going to sing a County Clare song, but we want to acknowledge the story. And thanks to our friends in County Clare for bringing us together and putting it in so many people's hands. It's been wonderfully received and we're delighted with the feedback. It's an incredible whiskey. There is whiskey as old as 30 years old in this bottle, which is incredible. Wow. And the fact that we were able to get access to that whiskey is just, it blows my mind. So I'm very privileged and lucky to be part of this. And I'm glad it got into so many people's hands. So where are we? Let me see. You got another tune for us. And what have you got?
Well, we got options because we could do the
So we have a few options. We could do a bit of a modern one, which would be a possible U2 song. Now, don't get scared when I say U2, but I mean, one of the ones far, way back.
The good ones.
The good ones. So we've one of them from the 90s. We also could do something on the 80s. And then the Cranberries, or we could do an Irish drinking song. So I want you to pick, Barry. Whatever you decide.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to recommend.
Comment, by the way, about David Letterman and Paul Schaefer, and you should have Hannah and Elliot. That's so funny.
You are my Paul Schaefer. Both of you are my Paul Schaefer combined. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to sing The Cliffs of Dooneen. And then I'm going to give it to you guys. And you guys are going to give us the last two songs of the night, because far be it from me to give the last song of the night, rather give it to professionals. So I'm just going to sing a song to acknowledge County Clare's involvement in our wonderful collaboration for the story. And then you can sing what the hell you want. It's as simple as that.
You got it.
All right.
Well, Barry.
All right. I'm going to put you guys there on just mute for a second, and I'm going to sing this song because I'm very proud of our collaboration with Louise and the team in County Clare. And there's a lovely Paddy Riley song that Christy Moore made famous called The Cliffs of Dooneen. And it's a beautiful song about people who are far from home. And there's many of us, Hannah and Elliot, myself, Melinda, we're all far from home this Christmas. And The Cliffs of Dooneen is a wonderful, wonderful song, beautiful song about being far from home and about remembering the wonderful place that is home. So in recognition of the story and our collaboration with JJ Corrie, an old blast of The Cliffs of Dooneen. You may travel far, far from your own native home, far away o'er the mountains, far away o'er the foam. But for all the fine places that I've ever been, sure there's none that can compare to the cliffs of Dooneen. Take a view o'er the mountains, fine sights you'll see there. You'll see the high Rocky Mountains or the west coast of Clare, or the town of Kilkee and Kilrush can be seen from the high rocky slopes round the cliffs of Dooneen. It's a nice place to be on a fine summer's day, watching all the wildflowers that ne'er do decay. Oh, the hares and lofty pheasants are plain to be seen, making homes for the young round the cliffs of Dooneen. Fare thee well to Dooneen, fare thee well for a while, and to all the kind people I'm leaving behind, to the streams and the meadows where late I have been, and the high rocky slopes round the cliffs of Dooneen. Sláinte everybody from the cliffs of Dooneen, from County Clare, and our lovely bottle of the story.
That was beautiful.
Barry, you have brought me to tears. That was so beautiful.
Listen, you have a lovely singing voice.
No, Barry, that was absolutely incredible, honestly. That was so beautiful. Wow. Wow. I think you have a beautiful way. No, seriously, you have a beautiful way of like, I don't know, your just voice reminds me of home, and you just have such a beautiful tone. And it was just so beautiful. Honestly, I'm just in bits right now. Me and Ellie were just like, oh God, it's coming out. No,
we're all in your shadows. We're in your shadows. Like, listen, we're all amateurs. We're amateurs here. And look, I think we're all in the same boat though, in a way. Like, don't we all miss home?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we do. We miss home.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to go back next year. I think it's going to be a thing where I think we're going to appreciate a lot of little things maybe more than we did before. That's what I'm hoping for, at least. I'm pretty sure we all will to a degree. And
I think so.
It's what it is, you know. It's one drop in a larger pond of whatever we're going to go through in life, and it seems horrible now, but in the grand picture, when we look back, it's just going to be a bit of a crappy year, and it's not going to mean that much in the long run, hopefully.
I agree. And look, in the meantime, we'll lift each other's spirits with a bit of song and some spirits.
Yeah, sure.
Woo! Emotional, Barry. Oh my God.
Listen, Hannah. Look, we're of the same cloth. We know where we came from, and
we do indeed. So we're very proud of where we came from. So it's very emotional. Anytime I hear it,
would you honor where we came from with an old tune?
Oh, I will indeed. I will honor. We'll do one. We'll do one from the old 80s, as Elliot said, and it's a U2 song, and it's one of my favorite U2 songs. And we're gonna do that, and we'll do I will do one of your favorite Irish songs afterwards. It's something about a square or a circle or possibly a triangle. We'll see.
Oh, some shape. Okay, fair enough.
Wait, what happened? Sorry, give me 1 second.
You're grand.
Yeah.
Okay, we're here. Still.
Get it.
See the stone set in your eyes. See the torn twist in your side. And I'll wait for you. Sleight of hand and twist of fate. On a bed of nails, she makes me wait. And I'll wait. With or without you, with or without you. Through the storm we reach the shore and give it all, but I want more. And I'm waiting for you. With or without you, with or without you, my love, I can live. With or without you, and you give yourself away, and you give yourself away, and you give. And you give yourself away. And you give yourself away. And you give yourself away. And you give and you give and you give. You give yourself away. With or without you. With or without you, my love, I can live. With or without you, when you give yourself away, and you give yourself away, and you give, and you give, and you give yourself with or without you. With or without you, my love, I can't live. With or without you.
Oh. Oh. That's too much.
Barry, I've been I was crying for like 10 minutes in your song. I was just like an absolute bitch.
It's too much. Oh, I tell you what. Oh, I don't even know. It's too much. It's just too much. It's
Did you like it?
Awful song.
Sorry.
Get off, will you? You're banished.
It's you know, it's been a terrible year for so many people. Yeah. It's been, I don't know a year like it. Our lives have been changed in innumerable ways. How we live, how we play, everything we do has been changed. Those of us that are lucky enough to have avoided any kind of a virus up to now, we acknowledge those that have not been so lucky and those that we've lost and those that have gone on in the past year. And when you get a rendition like that, Hannah and Elliot, like it just, it reminds us that we're lucky and others have not been so lucky. And so many have not been so lucky this year. And we're hoping that 2021 is so much better. At the start of tonight, I was going to bring on some people from Dingle in County Kerry to raise a glass to somebody we lost this year. And we lost a dear friend of ours just a few short weeks ago, Mary Ferreter from the Dingle Distillery. And Mary is a great friend to so many of us. And we lost Mary, and we're just reminded that we've a lovely community here, but life is fragile. And we raise a glass to those that have passed, to Mary and to others, and hopefully 2021 is better for so many of us, but it's been a tough year. So sláinte to all of us who've joined us on the lock-ins over the last year, and to Hannah and Elliot, thank you so much for your music and for helping us get through this. And we close out tonight just thankful for our health and for being able to raise a glass, and we acknowledge those that have passed us, and those that have passed, and Mary included, would want us to celebrate, would want us to smile and to cheer. And while our lives are poorer for their passing, we're going to try and make others' lives richer for their existence. And we will continue to hero and to raise a glass to Mary Ferreter from Dingle and others who have passed on this year. So staunch Mary and staunch everybody. Raise a glass to everyone who's not with us tonight. But look, we're trying to use tonight to celebrate things that are good in the year. And look, we can't do that without acknowledging things that are terrible. And it's terrible who we've lost. Yeah. So, look, we typically end the night with a rendition of the Owl Triangle. And I'm not even going to try it. So, look, I'm going to leave it to you guys to sing us out tonight with a bit of the Owl Triangle.
So we're going to do a little bit of the Owl Triangle. If you want to do a verse, you're more than welcome to, Barry. Do you want to do a verse?
I'd love to. Absolutely
fantastic. Okay, cool. Would you like to start it off, or
whatever? You're the musicians. You tell me what you'd like me to do.
You know what? I'd love you to start off.
Okay.
I think it'd be all right. I think the Zoom thing, there's maybe a bit latency, but it's just one chord, so it could be. I think we can do this.
Yeah. He's going to start off for the
Right,
first.
I'll give you a chord, and then you can take it from there.
Let's go for it. Will.
A hungry feeling came o'er me stealing, and the mice were squealing in my prison cell. And the old triangle went jingle, jangle all along the banks of the Royal Canal.
Cheers. That was beautiful.
Lovely.
Oh, to start the morning, thou art and balling. Get up, you bowsy, and bleeding clean up your cell. And the old triangle went jingle, jangle all along the banks of the Royal Canal. Oh, the screw was peeping, and the lag lay peeping as I lay weeping for my girl's side. Go on, Barry.
And the old triangle went jingle, jangle all along the banks of the Royal Canal.
Would you like to take the last verse, Barry?
Up in the female prison,
Yeah.
there are 75 women. 'Tis among those women I wish I did dwell. Back to you.
And the old triangle went jingle, jangle all along the banks of the Royal Canal. One more time, lads. Go on. And the old triangle, go on, went jingle, jangle all along the banks of the Royal Canal. Along the banks of the Royal Canal. Cheers, Barry.
Yeah.
Cheers. You nailed that. Woo!
Forget about me. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Oh, that was just. Woo!
No, that honestly, that is one of my absolute favorite songs. I always used to watch every time I was homesick, I'd watch the Rattling Bog, a rendition of the Rattling Bog, probably the Dubliners, or Glenn Hansard at Lollapalooza singing literally Glenn Hansard at Lollapalooza singing The Old Triangle.
Wow.
For me, it just feels like home. It's amazing.
There is nothing more Irish than Glenn Hansard for our generation. Glenn Hansard singing The Old Triangle. And I remember sitting in the front of the cathedral in Cincinnati, Ohio, waiting for Glenn Hansard to come on. And at the end of his show, he sang The Old Triangle. And he said, "Does anybody have an old verse?" And I said, "Glenn, I have a verse." And I sang a verse of The Old Triangle. And Glenn and his band sang the chorus and sang the rest of it. And it was the most wonderful night of our lives. And that's Ireland. It's just this connection. This connection.
That's beautiful. That's so beautiful.
Listen, wow. I am just so appreciative of your talents, your songs, your friendship in this, and we're only scratching the surface of what we're going to do. I'm telling you this, Elliot and Hannah, I have big plans for all of us, and you don't even know it. But there's big plans for what we're going to do over next year.
I want to bring Ireland to America, and we're starting it here. This is the lock-in where we've just had the privilege and the pleasure of being surrounded by just such a wonderful audience of people, and I'm so thankful. This is the last lock-in of the year. We have done this every single week, except for 1 week, since St. Patrick's Day, when the lock-ins first started in Ireland back in March 2020. And we're going to spend every Friday doing this for as long as I can draw breath, let me tell you, because this is the joy of my life. And the people I've gotten to meet and connect with is just my personal pleasure and privilege. And I'm just so thankful for Hannah and for Elliot. And I think we've got lots more to go, but what a way to send us off with a beautiful rendition of the Owl Triangle. We've gone 4 hours and 8 minutes, the record. We've broken the record for the lock-in.
Yeah, I was really excited about that. I was like, we have to break the record from the last time. Amazing.
Well, I'm gonna put this back to you. And you mentioned the Rattling Bog, and a few people mentioned the Rattling Bog. And your last rendition of the Rattling Bog puts chills down our spine, and we haven't stopped shaking since. So all I'm going to say is, Hannah and Elliot, they don't know this. They're going to sing us out, and I'm going to get off the screen. Thank you to everybody. Merry Christmas. Slaunted everybody.
Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. Woo!
Slaunted.
Here's the 2021. Elliot, both me and Elliot don't have drinks anymore.
Couldn't refill between songs.
We'll get you some refills. We'll get you some good whiskey up there. Don't you worry.
You're so excited for the story. You've no idea. Okay. Ready for
it's all
the
yours.
All right.
I hope everyone joins in at home. This is one to have a bit of cracking. Chorus goes a little bit like this. Oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh. And in that bog there was a hole, a rare hole, a rattling hole, hole in a bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh. And in that hole there was a tree, a rare tree, a rattling tree, tree in a hole in a bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, what it is, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh. And on that tree there was a limb, a rare limb, a rattling limb, limb in a tree in a hole in a bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh. And on that limb there was a branch, a rare branch, a rattling branch, branch and a limb and a tree in a hole in a bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh. And on that branch there was a twig, a rare twig, a rattling twig, twig and a branch and a limb and a tree in a hole in a bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh. And on that twig there was a nest, a rare nest, a rattling nest, nest and a twig and a branch and a limb and a tree in a hole in a bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh. And in that nest there was an egg, rare egg, a rattling egg in a nest and a twig and a branch and a limb and a tree in a hole in a bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh. And on that egg there was a bird, a rare bird, a rattling bird, bird and an egg in a nest and a twig and a branch and a limb and a tree in a hole in a bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh. And on that bird there was a feather, rare feather, rattling feather, feather and a bird and an egg in a nest and a twig and a branch and a limb and a tree in a hole in a bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley. And on that feather was a flea, a rare flea, a rattling flea, flea and a feather and a bird and an egg and a nest and a twig and a branch and a limb and a tree in a hole in a bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the rattling bog and a bog down in the valley, valley. And on that flea there was a worm, a rare worm, a rattling worm. Worm and a flea and a flea and a feather and a feather and a bird and a bird and an egg and an egg and a nest and a nest and a swig and a swig and a branch and a branch and a limb and a limb and a tree and a hole and a hole and a bog and a bog and a bog and a bog and a bog. But down in the valley, yo! Oh no, they're at the bog and down in the valley, yo! Oh no, they're at the bog and down in the valley, yo! Oh no, they're at the bog and down in the valley, yo! Oh no, they're at the bog and down in the valley, yo!
Yes, yes. Amazing,
Woo!
amazing.
That's my workout for the week done.
Yeah,
I'm not doing any exercise.
No more cardio.
No more cardio for me,
That's
I say.
unreal.
Like I've done any.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have been privileged to be part of a lock-in that included such talent as Hannah and Elliot and so many of our great guests tonight. What a night. 4 hours, 13 minutes in. I'm 18 whiskeys in. You're lucky I'm still vertical. It's unreal. And what a night. What a night. Like, this is the joy of my life, these Friday nights. And I'm so lucky to be surrounded by such talented people. So I will say to everybody who's still here with us, the 100-odd people that are still here tonight, congratulations on making it through 4 hours and a half of whiskey, of crack, of songs. And I'm so indebted to you all. Sláinte. Happy Christmas. Happy New Year. We'll see you on January 8th for our next lock-in. Until then, get some rest and get ready. I'm going to sleep for about 3 weeks. But Sláinte, everybody. Thank you so much for participating.